We are live tonight. I'd like to say what's up to everybody. Darkest night, man. Good to see you. Really dope topic. I love to hear the thoughts on making vids. Just yeah, creepy stuff, man. I was talking to Scribe about that. I think him and I can really make some good videos. I think he's running a little late. I think he's having some technical stuff. Jailhouse Max, good to see you, brother. He says the thumbnail definitely caught my attention. LOL. I'm looking forward to this one. Yeah. Scribe made the thumbnail. Basically, I think he was getting together some stuff. We were speaking about an hour ago, but his I don't know, the connection, something happened. I just tried to call him twice. So yeah, I don't know if he's hopefully he'll come on soon. This stream was supposed to be something that he orchestrated with the cryptids. He's really into that. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, um, Mothman, the Loch Ness Monster, the Chupacabra, a lot of them, many different things that people aren't sure if they're real or not. Seems like they are. There's a lot of documentation. I was explaining to him that it would be good to make some short videos, make a few shorts, videos, and then a live stream to go with this stuff. Thunderbird, gigantic bird. The Thunderbird to me sounds like ancient people talking about technology. Because if you look at a primitive tribe today, say Papua New Guinea, they might mistake an airplane with that sound passing over as a thunderbird, a bird that releases the sound or is accompanied by the sound of a thunderous sound, a jet plane, a plane that breaks the sound barrier. So that could be that too. The Mokele Mbembe, that's a large dinosaur that looks like the long neck dinosaur, Congo Basin. The Kraken, of course, the giant sea monster, often depicted as the colossal squid or an octopus from Norse folklore. The Jersey Devil, they have that. Mongolian death worms, large venomous worms said to inhabit the Gobi Desert. Maybe that's where Star Wars got that idea for the desert thing. Calix, good to see you, brother, from across the pond. What's up, bro? And Mark, man, good day, brother. Always, man. Yeah, man. Hopefully Scribe will show up. I told him I would start the show. I think the internet, something's up. They have the Wendigo. That's a malevolent cannibalistic spirit from Algonquin folklore. So the Wendigo, that's Native American, just like Sasquatch is not just Native American, but they have stuff with that, the Yeti, the abominable snowman, the Alma, all supposedly different types. The skunk ape of North America, the Dover demon from Massachusetts. So there are a lot of different types of cryptoids. Cryptozoology is a branch of science where people study these different animals. They try to say it's a pseudoscience. We already know the largest branch of pseudoscience is the religion of evolution. So that is the largest branch of that, because they don't want people to think, to say, hey, you know what? Other things could exist than what they say exist. And the U.S. state they're saying that has the most cryptids is West Virginia. So they say it's having the most iconic ones, like the Mothman, Flatwoods Monster, stuff like that. So there are a lot of different types that I'm thinking we're going to go over tonight. Florida has the skunk ape, which is supposedly a Bigfoot variant. And now they're trying to say that some of these cryptids, like Bigfoot or something, has a smell that can make a person freeze in place. That the sound maybe that they make. Somebody even talked about that they have some type of telepathic ability, like he heard the being talking in his mind to him. There was an account, I think Scribe knows about that one. And lions, they say, I have to look this up, that lions, they say the roar of a lion can stun a prey sometimes. I don't know. And that's scientifically does have some basis, that a sound can stun you. It can, like LRAD, the crowd control sound devices that they have, actually is supposed to, I think, jiggle the water in your organs, fold you. You bend, down, have to hold your midsection, possibly, in my opinion. And this is more things to give credence to stuff that they won't tell us if it exists or not. The fact that people are waiting for them to say something like that just doesn't make sense, because we already know that they're not going to tell you the truth. They don't tell you the truth about anything, politics, anything like that. It's ridiculous. Not that guy. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Ashar, always a pleasure. Yeah, interesting topic. I hope, Scribe. I think he's having some internet stuff tonight. I don't know. He was looking forward to this too. So I don't know what happened. I hope he's okay. Alexis, good to see you. He says people are always saying Bigfoot is one attacking people in national parks. Now, it could be true. There's a possibility of that. I think that, they have people could also be attacking people, kidnapping people, or something like that. But these beings, these animals, these classifications, I think also some of them do exist. Maybe not exactly like some people are saying, but definitely there's stuff that out there that is not documented. And that's the fantasy island that we're brought up to believe when we are in school, when we're raised by people that aren't as open-minded, to say, look, what's out there that you see and hear about that is real is only part of the picture. There's stuff out there that you can imagine, and then there's stuff out there that you cannot imagine until you see it. A dragon is more realistically thinking to exist. It makes more sense than something like an elephant or a rhinoceros. I mean, if you never saw an elephant before and somebody described it to you, I mean, you'd wonder, you say, wait a minute, so this creature got these ears, it has this long snout, you're telling me that it drinks? I don't know, I've never seen anything like that. A dragon, you'd say, okay, I see how, like, the crocodile, the monitor lizard, the Komodo dragon, the small lizards that run across water and even glide. Yeah, I could see how a dragon, now maybe not a fire-breathing dragon, but hey, nature surprises people. When we look at what exists out there, the more that people study, the more amazing that it gets, to say, whoa, we have spiders that hunt, that what the Portia spider, I think it is, that spits the web onto the prey. It's amazing. Magic Man, good to see you. Says, in the Bible, God punishes King Nazareth by turning him into a wild man, maybe turned him into some type of Sasquatch. Possibly. I mean, it's a possible. Mr. Super Sidewinder, always a pleasure, brother. Man, if you want to hop on, I was going to put the link in. So usually, how can Bigfoot exist? We never found any remains of one, droppings or hairs. If Bigfoot exists, it is a forest spirit. Is it a forest spirit? Possibly. Prime, good to see you, man. I think there were fire-breathing dragons, and possibly there could have been. I mean, if something is flying in the air too, technology, I'm a big thinker in that, like I said, the Thunderbird, if somebody sees the Thunderbird and the Thunderbird is flying, it could be a plane, from ancient times. Everything we have now is re-engineered. And that's something they really don't want to tell people, that it's re-engineered. Every single thing. These guys are not some type of geniuses. They're very well orchestrated liars. That's modern civilization. Matter of fact, when you go back to Rome and Egypt and all of that, Egypt may be more openly, like Rome too. They were open about the other beings, the demigods, so to say. Scribe, what's up, man? It's your show. People had some pretty good questions here. Alexis says, "How can?" Oh, you had a yeah. Um, he says, "How can it exist?" So this is his question here, and yeah, it's a very interesting topic, man. I have to ascribe credit for this. I mostly do like some other stuff, but he's really deep into this, and yeah, technology all reverse engineered, and yeah, I hear you, man. Definitely, I think it comes from somewhere else that's higher than us, without a doubt. Scribe, yeah, if you like with me with the Bigfoot droppings and stuff, like to play both sides, I would say, yeah, they might hide evidence, they might threaten people, but yeah, I don't see too much from that too, Alexis. It's kind of Scribe will have to elaborate on that.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It's a little low. Let me see if you're. I'm looking at the mic and has echo cancellation. It's not as loud. Like your mic is usually clear and loud. Are there?
Yeah. So how about now? Is it better?
It's kind of distant and slight echo, but yeah, it's not
Okay.
really.
Now, can you hear better?
No. Speak again. I just reduced background noise automatically.
Yeah.
Huh?
What about now? Sound better?
Same thing. Same thing.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's nothing really. It's about the same. Yeah, Alexa says very low voice coming from Scribe. Yeah. I don't know if it's the mic, if you're using something new.
Better?
Nah, not really. About a little better, but not much. All right, I think he's coming back on to not sure about Bigfoot, but I believe there are mythical creatures which have access to portals and pocket dimensions. That is very plausible, man. It's possible. This is something that takes a lot of investigation, imagination. I think that there's not just one simple answer, because in searching for things, we usually find something else. The truth will pop up. Like we've seen that in many inventions, discoveries. People will be working on something and then something else pops up. There'll be a lot of this does happen with cryptid. People will be studying nature and then notice, like, wait a second, whoa, what is this? And I think it would require definitely some more research. We have all these cameras and like something. All right, let's put, for instance, they try to say gorillas try to remain, they thought it was a cryptid until 1847. I doubt the people in Africa thought a gorilla was a cryptid, but maybe because they live deep within the forest. Thomas Savage, I think, was the one that found gorilla bones in Liberia. And Liberia, of course, is Western Africa. They call it Little America. That was the place that Marcus Garvey had migrated to, where President Monroe, he was doing some back to Africa type of thing, and that's why they call the capital of Liberia Monrovia. So if he's saying he found that in 1847, yeah, I mean, something to look into to show that they thought this animal didn't exist, and it does. Age of crocodile.
Does it? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, much better, much better.
Okay, you had to reset everything.
Yeah. You think it could be
So you
CIA?
to the other question when you're ready. You can go back to the other question when you're ready. You go through.
Yeah. Are you going to national parks solo, safe, mate? Empty. No, I haven't. Honestly, it's been a while. National parks. I went to one in Pennsylvania. I think it was Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Jersey at borders. Yeah, man. Alexis was talking about. He was saying, how can Bigfoot exist? We never found any remains of one, droppings of hairs. If Bigfoot exists, is it a forest spirit?
Well, for first of all, the hair thing, there has been blood, hair droppings, all that has been submitted and has come back as some unknown primate. So every time they send it in, but it's never Actually, there is a recent show that came out. I think it's Discovery or which one it is. I forgot the name of it, but it's a recent one where they brought in a doctor, an actual skeptic doctor slash paleontologist. I'm not sure what her thing was. She's like a, she's like Scully, like in X Files. So she's like the skeptic, and then Mulder is the one that believes. So they brought in a team of people like that. So other guys who know how to track and look for this animal, and then they bring in scientists who are skeptics, and then they they film everything, and they have all the FLIR and the latest technology and drones and everything else. So they've recovered not only I'm sorry, hair samples and blood samples. They've also seen nests. They found nests. They also found structures, like structures that are intricately woven into these trees. There's a place in Africa where there's these giant, massive trees, or a few of them, something grabbed it and flipped it and smashed it into the ground, like literally feet into the ground, dug real deep into the ground. And they've the natives say that that's the marking their territory of that type of Bigfoot, because Alaska is a different type. Those are much more vicious, larger than say the ones like in California, or like the ones in Ohio over there, Appalachia, whatever. Those are much larger. So it depends on where you are. Florida, you have skunk ape, much smaller. They have that messed up smell, that whole thing. So there's all different types that have been cataloged everywhere else. But this whole thing with the national parks came in with this guy called David Paulides, and he's been very prevalent with like Art Bell and George Norrie, Coast to Coast, all that stuff. So he blew up the last 15 years because he started investigating national parks and found out there's been a lot of missing people with no, it's like all these X Files with no understanding of how these people were taken, these children, whatever it was. A lot of times children and people who just literally disappear in seconds. So the parents, the family's there at the park, they're hanging out, they're eating, next thing they turn around and the kid's gone. And it's not a human doing it, it's something else doing it. And then they find the kid maybe 20 kilometers away or 20 miles away, up in some mountain range that there's no way he could have gotten up there on his own. And we're talking like days or weeks later. And the kid is perfectly fine, and he says, "Yeah, a friend or my friend or whatever, my whatever friend brought me here or whatever it was." Like he doesn't know what it is, how to describe. But there's been a lot of cases where entities or sometimes Bigfoot or some these type of entities do that type of stuff. And then you have the more gruesome ones that are like the dogman thing and stuff. So depending on what it is, there's these different cases, and David Paulides try to go and get the database of these parks to see, okay, I want to do an investigation of missing people, and they told him, oh, we cannot give you that information, even though you have the Freedom of Information Act. It's supposed to be paid by taxpayer dollars. It's supposed to be something that is offered to the public. It's a public park paid by taxpayers, but that information is not allowed to be distributed publicly that way. So they said he had to pay something like $40,000 to get the one for just just for like Yellowstone. But if he wants like the entire database for all of them in the U.S., then it's over $1.2 million he has to pay to get that, just to get that information. These cases that haven't been reopened, he's trying to go back and see and open some of these cases and see years later that other people that are going through they find something or something or makes the case even more strange. So there's many different types of stories and stuff. And the deeper you get, you realize that there's plenty of evidence. It's just that the media and the mainstream know perfectly how to discredit it and how to just brush it off, as it was just a bear or something like that. So that's easily discredited by that type of stuff. And then you have more of the paranormal stuff that's more like the demonic entities, ghosts, or whatever it is, that mix into, for example, skinwalkers, which are considered some type of black magic, weird ability to be able to shapeshift into these animals. I guess they're the most common are like the coyotes, the wolves, the hawk, these type of things. And apparently a lot of them do it because it's the quick way to do it is if you do it the evil way, to sacrifice someone and go through all these rituals to do all these things. And then the real way of doing it takes many decades to learn how to do it. And it's like the white hat versus black hat, like in hacking, for example. So a lot of these guys, they want the power quickly, so of course they turn to the dark side, but that's a whole separate story, the whole skinwalker thing. But um the reason why a lot of these things aren't investigated is because there's nothing we as humans can really do unless it's a certain thing where it's linked to a black op thing, and then all of a sudden there's black SUVs showing up, and strange equipment and things just pop up. All of a sudden, that area is either bought by the government or something, it's restricted area, whatever it is. If it's an area that's hot like that, but usually they won't really mess with that because it's not something they can control. Because the Bigfoot thing, I was telling you that the Bigfoot thing alone itself, just Bigfoot alone, has a massive community, and the majority of these people are mainstream believers of that's a flesh and blood being. But then there's been many cases where it's demonstrated this thing is not just flesh and blood, that there's some other spiritual cloaking, special mythical thing it has. And I told MD about this guy, Les Stroud. I'm sure everyone's heard of Les Stroud, Survivor Man. He's one of the first guys to do like mainstream Survivor with just himself and a camera. He goes out and survives for like a month straight in the wilderness. So he's like the OG of that. And then he started looking into the Bigfoot thing because people kept bringing that up. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna go with this guy called what's his name? I forgot his name. Stand something Todd Standing or something like that. And this guy claimed that well, didn't claim, he has actually really high res pictures of these things, video. And he took him out. He took Les Stroud out to where he saw him, and they did an episode on that. And so Les Stroud played the skeptic through the whole thing, and then he did several more Bigfoot stuff, Bigfoot episodes, and then now that he's retired, he's able to talk about it. But he was saying towards the second or third or fourth season of him investigating that, he literally was able to come in contact with him, but not physically. Like he basically went up by himself to a mountain. I'm not sure where it was exactly. To look at the interview, I don't know if it was Virginia or somewhere up in the mountains. And he's always by himself. He always goes by himself, and which is not recommended. But he's that type of guy that he's used to that. So he's sitting at the fire and he's just hanging out, and he's like in the area that he was told that there's a lot of activity, and he's just hanging out, chilling by the fire. And all of a sudden he hears this thing and it says like, "Do you want to meet us?" And he's like, "What do you mean? Do you want?" He's like looking around like, "What's going on?" And he he's like, "Who?" In his brain he's thinking, "Okay, what is this? Who are you?" It's like, I've never had this telepathy. What's going on here? And it's like, "Yeah, we're behind you, in the tree line." And he looks back and he could see like a silhouette of like a bigger being and like a smaller being, like I guess the father and the son next to each other, like Bigfoot, whatever. But he can only see the silhouette because it's nighttime. And he looks back and he's like freaking out in his head. He's like, in his head, it's like, if you want, you can meet us tonight. Like the Bigfoots are saying, if you want, you can meet us, but it has to happen tonight or something like that. It's, are you ready? And in his mind, even though he's been searching for this pretty much most of his life, but he's heard about it since the Gimlin, film, with the original Bigfoot footage back in the 50s. He's always been curious. He's always wanted to know. He's literally risked his life to know this stuff. And in his mind, he's like, he at that moment he was like, "I'm not ready." Like he told him he's not ready in his mind, and he just was completely like shocked. Like he didn't, because in his mind he's thinking again, flesh and blood being, these things are similar to chimps. No, these things are way more, intelligence is not even a word. These things have abilities that I believe we used to have. We used to have some sort of, they call it mind speaking. That's not even a good term. Telepathy is the original scientific term of that. But they don't want to call it that because, it sounds too hocus pocus. But at the same time, he's saying, look, when I told the studio, because they were filming that episode, for the actual episode, that was going to air on Netflix or whatever. And he told the producer what happened, and the producer's like, "Okay, we're gonna cut that part out. Do not say anything about that. Do not include any of that." So any other experiences he had with the Bigfoot thing, he had to basically hide that from the producer and just pretend, "Okay, I'm out here. Is Bigfoot real? We don't know," and keep it on that level. So they don't want to hear about no evidence. They don't want to hear about bloods. None of that. They just want to have a show that's curiosity, believe it or not type of situation. They don't want any evidence, so I understand. But then he's telling that, after now he's retired, he's letting people know, look, yes, he's had experiences with these things, and yes, the government doesn't want, to be involved with it simply because they can't control it. And I was like, wow, that's interesting perspective. Even though there are the black ops people, but I went on for a long rant there, MD. I don't know if you had any questions. But okay, he's probably busy. But yeah, I have a lot of info on this topic. Any other questions? Let me look in here and see. Alex has described as the original Bigfoot video real and why there is no other footage of him. Yeah, that's the only one that really went mainstream. Is like there's plenty of footage. You just have to know where to look for it. Especially nowadays with all the high res stuff and the high tech. There's plenty of it. It's just a lot of it's been buried. But yeah, the original one has been tested through and through with grain analysis, video analysis, experts that understand like the suit versus muscle and fat and how things walk and weight distribution. And when you play that video, you see all that. Not only that, it's a female. If you look closely, it's a female Bigfoot. So you do see breasts, just like a woman. And if it was a fake, why would you go through the trouble of making it 10 times harder to fake, a suit as a female, because that makes things a lot more complex. And the stride and the way this thing walks, when you look at it, it's there's plenty of all other footage where you see this thing walk up like a vertical mountainside thing. Like no human can do that. And you can see this thing walk up. So even if a guy
Are there? I think you muted by accident. I didn't know. I don't know if he's experiencing technical difficulties. All right.
I just break up.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. He was asking if the gimlet footage is real.
The mic's coming in distant and has an echo. Let me check my mic settings. I have echo. Look in the chat. Okay. There hasn't been recent question. Oh, I did put the what did I put? I put the link up in here if anybody wants to hop on. If they have any information about cryptids or any type of other beings that they don't talk about in the open. There has been question regarding Himalayan pink sea salt. It's not really salt, but dried giant's blood. Holy smokes. Even from certain angles, it looks like meat. You know something, man? People, wow. I mean, the theories are great. Yeah, I don't think Bigfoot is I don't think anything is natural. I think all life is kind of orchestrated. Like there's something very secret going on. That's why I've been working so diligently on this human origins book. It's like something is very odd. Natives even have fairy stories, but just call them little people. Yes, the fairies, or from all native tribes, pagans of Ireland and Celts. Africa has stories about it. Native Americans, China, India, Australia. Yeah, these people, maybe they do operate at a certain frequency that bypass surveillance. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Hopefully when he hops back on, I think he's having trouble with the microphone. Reminds me of the 80s cartoon, The Last Unicorn. The unicorn walks into a village and comments on how humans couldn't tell it was a unicorn because it looked like a regular horse from there. Wow. Perspective. Yeah, man. Yeah, it definitely yeah. Woke 909, Bigfoot killed with the mic. Holy smokes, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess he was having some difficulties, he said, with the thing like about an hour ago before we started the show. We were talking and something happened. But yeah, there's a lot of creepy stories out there, man. There's a lot of, the mysteries are, we must investigate them. We need to investigate them. Some of the top scary stories are one of them is the Strider or the Striding Place. So the Striding Place, right? It's a story, when they say, okay, what are some of the top, stories. And it's uh it's about it's set on a night in Yorkshire, England, in the woods and moors near possibly fiction Mark Abbey. The time period is unclear. Main character, uh, Weigel, who is searching for a close friend, Wyatt Gifford, who's gone missing 2 nights prior during an otherwise mundane hunting trip. So they say Weigel knows Gifford as an incorrigible or incorrigible practical joker, and is almost convinced that the man's disappearance is a prank or something. But nonetheless, he's concerned. And as he walks through the wood, he recalls a conversation between him and Gifford about the nature of souls. So it goes into souls connecting to one's physical body, particularly after death. Eventually, he comes upon a section of a river wharf known as the Stride or the Strid, and it goes into parts of realizing that Gifford he is attempting to rescue, and pulls the renewed determination until a man comes free floating down the river in a still pool. It's kind of an odd story. It's it the maintain the historical deadly reputation through some stories. Death attributed to the river are unverified and folkloric, but I think we need to look into these things. I don't think that one is like one of the top scary ones. Like they try to say, oh, that's the Strider is a hot one. The Willows might be a little more. It's the River Danube. Blackwood personifies the surrounding environment. River Sun. When I look into all of these, stories change over time. Stories change over time, and when I look at especially the Bigfoot one, I do have some questions. Why it hasn't anybody seen it again? Woke says, "Have you seen the latest from Hogfoot? He looks like Bigfoot." You guys are funny, man. Is your mic working, Scribe? Is everything all right?
It should be.
Oh yeah, it sounds better. All right, cool.
Yeah. But when you say they haven't seen it again, what do you mean?
It kind of gets me to say, okay, you got this footage from the 50s, but magically there's no more really reliable footage. And that's why, I'm saying, okay, with all the cameras, all
there's tons of footage, it just hasn't been glorified the same way.
Okay. Yeah, if you have anything else, I'm gonna, yeah.
Like that's the mainstream thing they put. Like, look, this is the original. It is really good footage. I mean, it's literally like right there, and the guy has a camera. But as I was saying before, that's a female. So again, it's a much harder thing to. If you're gonna fake that would make it 10 times more difficult. And back then, the suits they had were very laughable. But no, there's lots of different accounts of not just the Bigfoot thing, but I'm saying there's many different types. So to say Bigfoot saying, "Oh, I saw a human," well, did you see a white guy, black guy? What'd you see? So it's a very general term, and that's how uneducated we are about this topic, because they cover it up completely like it doesn't exist. So, and it's funny, even when you go to the California national parks, if you look at the signs, they'll show Bigfoot, warning sign or something like that. Almost like, oh, is that a joke or is that for real? But no, it's actually letting you know without letting you know, kind of thing. It's kind of like an inside joke. But yeah, now we have a beyond the ice wall question here, but I don't know what's the different stream for that. And then is Bigfoot just a distraction from the real mythical creatures? I mean, I would put them in the same similar category as that, and there is a similarity, something there, an interesting reason why they don't want to use that as the missing link, because they could use it as a missing link if it was just flesh and blood and normal chimp like being that walks around. But since it's not that, they cannot relate it to us, because there's some type, some people say that they're part Nephilim or something, but I don't know about that. But there's definitely some etherical thing there. And really, to know more about them, you have to go back to Native Americans. Native Americans are the ones who really understood them Some tribes fought with them. Some tribes were their brothers, so they were connected with them. But most of them try to keep it cool with them because they knew that those, that's not something you mess with like that. That's not something you can. I mean, there was one account, I forgot what it was, maybe the 1600s, where there was a tribe. I forget what tribe it was, but it was a tall tribe. These guys were like over 6 foot, between 6 and 7 foot tall. These really tall Indians. I forgot their name, but they apparently went to war with another tribe of Bigfoot, and there was a massacre, and they killed some, and they got killed as well. So there's accounts of some really crazy stuff, um, and also there's accounts of the werewolf thing, but they would call it the dog man, but that's more on the European side, France, in those areas. It does happen in the U.S., but not as frequent, not nearly as frequently as the Bigfoot thing. But it seems like that was kind of brought over here. Like those creatures didn't originate over here originally. Like they were somehow brought here, I guess, around the same time as the slavery thing and all that kind of stuff. So, but is a deep history thing called like the Wendigo, for example, which is usually found north, Canada, northern states, and that's a whole nother type of cryptid, much more sinister type of thing. But that's another one where a human transforms into this thing, and it has an endless appetite. So it's just constantly. But apparently, those are much rarer now as well. But even the Thunderbird thing, I think MD was talking about that too. There's a lot of current accounts of today, recent accounts of people seeing them flying around. One account was a mother and a kid. The kid was maybe 5 or 6, and it looked like the thing was trying to come down and take the kid basically, and they had to hide behind the trees. And this thing just kept swooping down, and trying to grab the kid. So there's a lot of weird stuff too. And then you have like the Mothman. That one doesn't sound. Yeah, there's something weird about that one. That one's really, again, a lot of these things have this extra element that's not flesh and blood human. We're thinking type abilities, so that's why it's not considered real, because it goes outside of those limits. And once you crack that egg open, then you open Pandora's box to everything else. So that's why they got to keep that under wraps. They got to keep alien thing under wraps, all these things under wraps to um to keep that we're just flesh and blood, and that's all we are. you know let's see. Golden age when Jesus, no, that's a whole nother that's a whole nother question. Let me see. Alexis, do you think Bigfoot could just be confused for a giant? We haven't gone into the giants. Well, that's the original thing they're trying to say. It's compared to a Gigantopithecus. It was a large ape back in I forgot what year, 1700s. I think China, in that area, in Asia somewhere. But again, that's a primate, chimp type, but very, very large. But again, has no relationship to what we call this thing called Sasquatch or Bigfoot, as far as how it behaves and how it moves around. And apparently, they do have an ability to detect radiation. That's why they're so very well, and they can see at nighttime. That's why they're so good with the cameras. So they live out these trail cams for days and days, and they'll notice some get moved, some get taken. So and they don't see the thing. Like what took this thing? And these guys are just super slick when it comes to camouflage and understanding the forest. So, I mean, we're nowhere near the depth to the level of their, what they're able to do in these harsh, forest or jungle type of landscape. Completely different anatomy and everything else. So, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a different stream, but I think the monsters we see today mostly are human. All the misleaders of the world, Idi Amin, Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Hitler, Churchill, Stalin, Lenin, and the modern day monsters like Biden and Trump and these other people. But I know that's a totally different stream. But that to me, that's a monster. That's a monster. When you look at the either that or there's monsters behind them, like children. I know that's a kind of a very hard reality, and this is my opinion, to teach them that. But when you look at it, I kind of grew up in that type of way, seeing like, why does everybody look at these people? Now, these are the same people that try to keep us in a mental state of mind where we, oh, Bigfoot or all of these things don't exist. Why? Because you say they don't exist, and you openly lie to us about things like evolution and stuff like that, and religion as well. I mean, I've said it before that religion, everybody has a piece of the puzzle, just a piece. And if we take pieces of the puzzle and put it together, we'll get a broader view of the big picture. But again, there's these things that try to hold us back. There is accounts of animals crying and making the sound of a crying baby, possibly to lure humans. I think that mountain lions have done it. There's definitely birds that do it. They have videos of this, but the birds that do it mimic any other sound as well, which is astonishing when you can see the lyre bird that mimics a machine gun, a laser gun, a crying baby, uh, cars, machinery, chainsaws. It's just unbelievable until you see it on video that this bird is mimicking these sounds. The mountain lion, I think they might have videos of that, of it mimicking a baby crying to try to lure a human. I mean, that's creepy when you think about it. There's a cryptid known as the squonk. It's a mythical creature, they say, from Pennsylvania, and that it does the weeping tears of shame that, kind of maybe to lure humans. You know, it cries a lot, but it's like a crying sound that might not be a human crying sound. I mean, look at the hyenas that have like a laughing sound. I mean, existence, life, animals are extremely diverse and odd, things that you wouldn't. A unicorn is more believable than some of the animals that exist today. Like I said, like a hippopotamus, or they used to think that was a water horse. The Romans, I think, used to think that. But when you look at the monsters, like in the 20th century and before, they tried to mate humans and primates. Man, it's horrible. These are the monsters that I see, but I wouldn't say that the cryptids don't exist. I definitely wouldn't say that they don't exist. Most of them, again, are people that are kind of, not seeing things straight. They're kind of semi-asylum type of thing. Like they have stuff, something like the four guardian deities, the pantheon, divine beast, they say, the blue dragon, the white tiger, the red phoenix, the black tortoise, or the black serpent. We should wonder, okay, how do these things get their classifications? How does the dragon, the fire breathing serpent, the unicorn, the pure horse, Pegasus? Now, Pegasus, I have shown cylinder seals made out of chalcedony, which is harder than steel. Now, these are seals that you can roll across clay of a winged horse with it looks like a unicorn horn, but on the feet, it looks like it almost has like a type of wheel or something. And this is from Sumeria, ancient Iraq and stuff like that. I showed it a while ago. I'll show it again, but I mean, that could possibly be Pegasus. I don't know if they can classify it as a cryptid. A dragon, the griffin, right? The famous griffin, the body of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle. And I think it has like the back hoofs of a horse, a different tail, a very odd creature. Mermaid, could a mermaid be considered a cryptid? I'm not sure. Yeah, if you had anything on that.
No, definitely for sure. But they look nothing like what Disney, portrays. I mean, there are a few shots of these guys that are deep, deep, deep under the water. They have these facilities underwater, and you see this guy. He's at the console, of the computer, and then there's like a big, glass window. You can see the underground or the part of the ocean, and then you see this hand come up. Like this hand comes out, and you see suction on it. It's like a human arm, but it's like looks creature-ish, reptilian-ish human arm. And then you see the face of this thing, and it looks, yeah, kind of reptilian-ish, humanoid thing. and it's just for a split second you see it grab the window and then it shoots off. So I mean, there are a lot of fakes as well, tons of fakes out there as well, tons of CGI, tons of other stuff. But uh, then you get the professional ones where you have cops, you have FBI, you have certain people, high parts of the government who ran into these things as well. So there's also footage of that police, running into these things, and a lot of these police come on and give their accounts after they retire, after they're done. Because if they talk about it while they're in the force, they're going to be labeled as nuts or whatever, and probably get released. But there was one story this one guy gave. I give it the complete thing. I remember parts of it, but it's like a really touching story of this guy who he bred these dogs, like these really tough dogs that go out and kill coyotes. And his grandfather would always take him out to go. And this particular time, they had a new dog they're going to go train. So they bring like the old dog. It's called Old Jake. This old dog. He's got that. He's not old, but he's like the most experienced, the biggest, the toughest dog that they has. And he brings out this other dog to get him used to it. So him and his grandfather go out to this field, this place where the coyotes are known to be, and there's an abundance of them. Trying to clear them out. So he's bringing the other dog to train it with the bigger dog. So they go out there, but the grandfather can't really walk, so he stays like in the truck, but he can sit there and watch and be on the radio and tell him, hey, okay, do this and do this. And so the dogs did get in a couple fights with the coyotes, and he's like, hey, watch watch the other dog, because one of those coyotes might kill him, because if he gets a good bite in his neck, he can just rip his throat out and it's over. So he's over there looking at that, and then I guess the smaller dog runs off into the other way, and the bigger dog is fighting off the coyotes, and then he's able to clear him out. But then the little dog just runs to the other side for some reason, and he goes, I guess, after the little dog to figure out what's going on. And then as he's walking over there, he's getting closer, and he hears something. He hears like some bones cracking or something, and he's walking through this forest, and then he sees behind this tree like this silhouette of a. Because mind you, I think it was I'm not sure if it was day or nighttime. It might have been nighttime. You see like a silhouette of a wolf, like what he thought was a wolf. And as he got closer, he saw that this thing had a coyote in its mouth, like it was holding a coyote in its mouth. There's blood dripping, and it's like about to, start eating this thing. And he's looking at it, and then looks at him and notices he's there. And then he's like starstruck. He's like just can't move. He's like completely frozen. And then this thing drops the coyote from its mouth, blood dripping, everything. And then as that happens, old Jake comes out from behind him out of nowhere and just like goes head on with this thing and bites this thing in the leg or something. And then he snaps out of it, turns around, starts running. He's only got like a 22 5. He's like, 22 5 is not going to do anything. This thing is like massive. But saying before that happened, this thing actually stood up. So it stood up like as if it was going to go after him. And then old Jake comes out and jumps at him and bites the thing in the leg. The thing like makes a big screams out whatever, and he's fighting the dog. And then as he turns around and runs, he hears this thing grab his dog and they like fling it like 50 feet back into the woods, like it's smashing against trees and everything, just flung it like it's nothing. And it starts chasing after him, on two legs, and he's like freaking out. He's like, come on, old Jake, man, I need you, man, come on. He's like, he's thinking the dog's probably already dead, but he's like freaking out. He doesn't know what else to do. He's like, this gun ain't gonna do anything. This thing is huge. This thing's like 7 feet tall, and he's trying to run for his life. And he's slipping, twigs, everything. And then as this thing's getting closer and closer, he's like, it's over, man. It's done, man. It's just, he's like, come on, man, old Jake, come on, man. And then the second this thing's about to, get up to him, old Jake comes back, hits him from the side. This time he hits him from like broadside. Like he came around and hit him hard from the side. And he, like this time he bit him, like he bit the thing in the arm, and he heard like a loud crunch sound, and this thing let out a big yell. So this time he, old Jake hit him hard, in that part. But then as he's he's running while old Jake is on him. And then this thing grabs old Jake, and literally he can hear, the bones. The dog starts screaming. He lets out, a big scream. So this thing literally starts ripping through his dog, and I guess after that point he throws the dog away, and then He's like, that's it, the dog's dead. But that gave him enough time to run back to where his grandfather was sitting at the truck. So he was able to run back to the truck, and he told his grandfather, "We gotta get out of here now. We gotta get out of here." He's like, "Hey, what's going on? What's going on? We gotta get out. We gotta get out. We gotta get out of here now. Old Jake is he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. I don't know what happened. There's this thing out there. It's coming after us. We gotta go. We gotta go." And his grandfather was like, we gotta." He's like, "We gotta leave now." So they leave, but then as they're going back, his grandfather's telling him, "Look, you gotta go back, tomorrow and see if you can find old Jake to see if he's still alive." He's like, "There's no way he's alive. That thing just, ripped through him, completely destroyed him. I heard him screaming. I heard, there's just no way." And his grandfather, "You owe him." He's like, if what you're telling me is true, you owe him that. So the next day, they go back out to the location, and they're screaming out, "Old Jake!" And also the other little dog is missing too. So the little dog, no one knows what happened to the little dog. So they're screaming out, "Old Jake!" And the little dog, forgot the name of the little dog, Junior or something. And they're screaming out the names of these dogs, and nothing, for hours, and they're out there, and they're like nothing. And okay, they go back home. They come back next day, second day they come out again. They're out there, you know, screaming the name. Nothing's showing up. And then on the third, actually that second time he went there, I think his grandfather took off his coat or his jacket. He put it like in the parking lot or whatever on the ground because of his scent to see if one of the dogs would recognize the scent and come back. So the third day they came back, um, they were yelling out the name, and then all of a sudden, after like an hour of yelling out the name, they saw the grandson saw like a little silhouette way down the road, and it was a dog. It looked like a dog. He thought it was. He's like, it's coming up. It's like, oh, that's Junior. He's coming over. It looks like Junior. He's coming. And as they got closer to him, it was limp. The poor dog was limping. It couldn't really move that fast. But it was excited to see them, but it could barely move. And then as they got closer, they realized, wait, that's not Junior. That's old Jake. And old Jake, you know, completely torn apart. Tail ripped off. You could see his ribs sticking out. You could see, bones and all that. And he's like, how's this thing still alive? So the grandfather just cradled him, grabbed him, with his coat, and they took him back home. And then somehow the mother-in-law or whatever, she was a she was a vet, and she was able to nurse old Jake back to health. And he wasn't the same after that, but he still wanted to go out and hunt coyotes and stuff, coons and coyotes and all that stuff. So that story with me always like kind of stuck because like, wow, that dog, gave his life and saved his life at the same time, and was still OG enough to still, somehow make it out alive. That's pretty crazy, man. But yeah, that's a quick story for you guys. Yeah, if MD had anything to say. Okay, but that one was a dog, not werewolf, but dogman story. Let's see here. We got Jamal Green in the house. What's going on, brother? It's been a
What's
while.
going on, Scribe MD? Glad to be on. Glad to be on. National park like topics is actually very in depth, man. So I really had to come on this stream because I've looked into a lot of missing persons cases in national parks, and it's just like most of them is like very weird stuff that happened to them. Like I've seen multiple where like a person, like they're in it, like the experience on the trail, they've been on a trail multiple times, and then they like disappear. And then you see, like, they find the body like 20 miles away from the trail. Experienced hiker, by the way, 20 miles like, from the trail, naked. And then they see the clothes are like stacked up, folded neatly and everything, like a couple miles away from the body itself. And then they then claim, oh, it's just like a suicide. Like, what? Like, and there's plenty more cases like that. I don't know if you guys know about missing like 411, but there's that, like there's a bunch of weird cases with that. And then there's just so many stories from people that have been to national parks of things they see and stuff they hear that I mean, I truly think that national parks is like some kind of like font You know, like there's no way the government selected this place to be the national park. You know, like for some places it makes sense, but like a lot of places it's just like normal woods, but they select to be a national park anyways. And you're just like, you know, there's got to be something here because there's, you know, I've been to national parks. I've had some weird experiences, not as weird as like other people, but like I have heard some things that's just like that's not natural, man. That's some weird stuff, and you know, it's just it's crazy stuff in there that we can't explain, you know?
Mhm. Exactly. I mean, it's so much. It's like you realize it's like, wow, this is, truth stranger than fiction when it comes to that. And yeah, the missing 401, I was talking about that earlier. That's David Paulides. He's the guy who broke the stories on the national parks pretty much, not wanting people to know how these people have gone missing because they're all really strange cases. And there's some type of protected thing there. Obviously, it's like the same thing with the alien cover up. So there's a similarity there. And the end thing is, he kept asking, so why does this have to be secret? He's like, well, the main reason is government can't control it. So if they can't control it, they're going to deny it exists. So that's actually kind of smart because it's like if you say it's there, it's like, well, since you should know how to control this thing, well, this is beyond our capabilities. It's a whole different type of thing that we don't, you don't have access to, like telepathy, for example. If you don't have telepathy, you're not on that level. How are you going to control something that does have it? So Bigfoot and all these things apparently have this ability, and that's why they don't want to use it as the missing link because that's the perfect missing link. It's upright, it's walking. It's not like Lucy was still a chimp. This thing's an upright walking thing, and it looks more human than ape. Well, it depends on the type of Bigfoot. Some look more chimpish, some looks, but majority look more human. And it's real fascinating when they see it. They're like, what strikes you is like, yeah, it's hairy and stuff, but when you look at its face, it looks very human. And the way it looks at you, it looks like, okay, this thing's smart. It's looking at me like another human. It's not looking at me like a dog or a cat or something that's curious. It's looking at me like something that has wisdom. Something. Same thing with this dogman thing that it has, you know, a consciousness similar to ours, to where it can. I don't know if it can build rockets and stuff, but it has a similar, I guess, consciousness of rolling or whatever it is. But an extra layer of this other stuff that we just don't have. Therefore, and the infrasonics too, like the sound, like the roars and stuff, the infrasonics that could paralyze you. I mean, we don't have any of that stuff too. We can't see in the dark. We don't have these
What's your
abilities, none of this stuff.
what's your thoughts on the Yeti, the abominable snowman? Is he just like a more is just a like polar bear version of the Sasquatch, or is he like a totally different creature?
Yeah, so you have the Yeti, the Russian, the Abominable Snowman, the tall white. So that's going to be in those areas, northern areas, and then you have like the skunk ape from California, Florida. Then you have like the California ones, which are their own type, all the way up to Alaska, which are larger, more aggressive. So the amount of types there's like a whole bunch of them, but they all want to say it's all one dude in a suit running around or something. It's like, dude, it's just ridiculous. And they've been cataloged for many, many years by the native tribes and stuff that know about them. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of different types, and each type seems to have a similar ability to be able to detect electrical equipment, cameras, guns. Like anytime someone pulls a gun out, they know exactly what that is, and they know how to evade and things like that. So we're not talking about some dumb animal like a bear doesn't know what's going on. This thing is observing you. You're not observing it; it's observing you. You come into its territory, you're being observed, and if it allows you to see it, or you'd have to be catching this thing on surprise or something for it not to know you're there. So that's a lot of reasons why we just can't get really good footage. But there is good footage out there. It's not public, like the Gilman film. It's mainstream public, whatever. But a lot of good stuff, though, from people in the backwoods and stuff. That stuff, you go to BitChute or something to see that. It's most of that's buried. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of evidence of it.
Of course, and I do want to welcome Jake on the show. Jake, glad to see you again, man. It's always nice to have you.
The ball, drop him 30,000, man. It's good to see you too, Shop MD, man. How's it going? I'm gonna be on my good behavior tonight. I know. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, Jake. We're doing good, man. I'm doing good. What
Dude,
you
that's pretty
described?
awesome. Pretty interesting topic that I want to jump in and say a couple of thoughts on. It's to me, it's still kind of like mind blowing that the government denies that aliens and UFOs exist. It's just like there's so much proof out there, and one of the things I wanted to bring up that to me like one of the phenomenons, because we're talking about people going missing in the national parks, and that's where a lot of UFO sightings happen at, and to me everything's always brushed under the rug. It's like just like less than a year ago, there were UFOs just hovering over New Jersey, just like these drones and UFOs just hovering over New Jersey and just sitting there for like, they were there for like a couple of months. You know what I mean? And it was a huge deal. And only like news channels on like the East Coast were showing it for a long time. Then eventually it got out. It's like the rest of the country started finding out about it, but they were like kind of suppressing that information. And then how much have you heard about that lately? Everyone just kind of forgot about it. Like, oh, what's Kim Kardashian doing? Whatever the distraction is, right? The current distraction. I don't even know if Kim Kardashian is even in the news. Whatever, that shows how much I watch TV and connected to the outside world. But how do people forget that we have UFOs hovering over New Jersey for like 2 months, watching people, and then now, I remember this from a long time ago, and when I tried to look it up, I could not find any information on this. But over the New Mexico airport, it was shut down for a couple of days because there's UFOs just hovering over the airport for a couple of days in New Mexico. And then, like, never heard about that. I can't find it on like YouTube or Google news articles, nothing. Just everyone forgets about that. Like, there's been home security footage of like these alien looking creatures walking around on people's like Ring cameras, or like but it was before Ring cameras even came out. It was like the normal like cameras that are mounted in like the corners of people's houses, like underneath the soffit. And there was it was like kind of blurry footage, whatever, but it's some alien looking type of creature walking around their front yard. There's all this proof that always pops up, and people just forget about it. Like, nope, oh well, just let me see what fast food special is out right now, or like what, new stupid movie, or what celebrities are doing, or like, how do people not care? And how is this like, the citizens, should be demanding answers from the government because it's clear that they're suppressing information at this point. And then, people, how do you just like, oh, let's not make a big fuss about someone's brother or husband or family member just goes missing. You know what I mean? They're missing in a national park. Let's just, oh, well, what's McDonald's special got going on right now? What's the special at Burger King? It blows my mind how people just don't care about this stuff, So that was the main thing I wanted to bring up, man. Just the fact that people don't care when this type of stuff happens.
Well, like they still think that like that this stuff is like a bunch of like folklore, or like it's just a bunch of like stories, because they're raised to think that like all this stuff is just mythical creatures, and it's a bunch of like stuff that are just it's just hearsay, but they don't realize
It's
that this
just a
stuff is very
conspiracy
much
theory,
real.
which it's just a conspiracy theory, which the CIA coined that term. Just a conspiracy theory.
Exactly. Like they believe what the government says, and even when there's evidence that opposes it, like these national parks, like if you actually go to a national park for a decent amount of time, you will see something weird. Every person that I've known that has gone there for a significant amount of time, I'm not talking about like a couple of days, I'm talking about like weeks sometimes, you will see something weird. Like it's something that I've noticed, that everyone who goes there for a significant amount of time always has a weird experience there. It's almost as if it's trying to tell you something, like, hey, there is something here that's going on, right? Because I know I've been at national parks for a couple of days, and even though it was a couple of days, I've had weird experiences. So it's just, there's definitely something going on there. If you do research into it, it's some messed up stuff like this, the Wendigo, there's a skinwalker and all that stuff, which people think these are just like like folk tales, or they're like scary stories on the internet. But like if you actually go to these places that they're spotted from, you get like a weird sense of like dread. And people are like, oh, that's just like a placebo effect. That's like, you're just feeling that because like you've got the stories, like, no, like this, I'm feel like I'm being watched, right? And there's a there's a really good term, right? It's when you're in a national park and then suddenly everything goes quiet. Like the birds stop, like chirping. You don't hear any noises at all. It's dead silent. You should run, and that is 100% facts. I've had experiences where I'm out there and like it goes dead silent, just goes dead silent. Like not even birds are chirping, and I feel like I'm being watched. And I remember I just ran as fast as I could at that moment because I was like, okay, something's obviously up, you know?
Yo, Jamal, that is such a good point right there. I mean, you had a couple good things. Yeah, I wanted to mention Skinwalker Ranch because there's so much proof on Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, these, cows and cattle and things like that are just like sliced with some like laser precision, weird, markings. It's been going on forever. They even got, TV shows, documentaries, like all this stuff about it. All these like what do they call those? Where they cadavers, whatever, like autopsies basically on these animals, and like, completely unexplainable how these animals are cut up and things like that. And so, you got all that proof, and then you got, like you said, that sense of dread. And as soon as you said when all the birds stopped chirping and everything like that, it's kind of crazy because when there are when someone's about to pounce, something like that, right? That's your natural dread, your natural fear. A lot of times birds will actually birds or deer, like there's so many videos when you watch, if you ever watch like wildlife videos or anything like that, like a mama deer will like go out first. She'll be walking and like the baby deer will come behind her, and when she starts stomping her foot, that's to let the baby deer behind her know, don't come out here. And it's also let the other, you know um animals who are kind of like prey, like the deer, that there could be something coming. She like stomps her foot, stomps, and almost like points, kind of like a German short-haired pointer or something like that, like points almost like looking in the direction, and then the deer leaves. And then about like 5 minutes later, on the backyard ring camera type of video thing, whatever, a bear comes walking out. It like speeds up like 5 minutes later, and it's like maybe not 5 minutes, maybe like a minute or two, something like that. But it's like they smell it, they sense it. And when that was happening, birds were chirping like crazy also in the background, because the birds were trying to let the deer know that, a bear's coming or a predator's coming or something like that. So nature actually will warn other, nature creatures. So now when Jamal is saying everything's dead silent, the birds are silent, everything's dead silent, even the birds are scared. Everything is scared of this weird phenomenon type of creature that is about to pounce. That should definitely bring a sense of dread. And Jamal, you might have saved your own life there, because you didn't believe, oh, just conspiracy theory, let me keep walking through the forest. Like, no, you were smart and ran. When all of nature is scared of that, nature even warns other nature. Like, yeah, dude. So that's a great experience. And the other thing that I was thinking, like you're saying, like, oh, there's a the other point I want to touch on that you made is that you feel a sense of dread, or whatever, this weird type of energy. Well, the pyramids were built in certain like locations where like the energy is like very high concentration in different parts around the world. And so that was a type of energy, and there could be like some type of like negative type of energy where the government decided to cordon off this area, and they called it national parks. Really, it was so that people can't just like set up research stations, cameras, things like that. Whatever, they don't want people there for too long. They have like these laws where you have to move every once in a while. It's like you can't set up like a research base basically in these areas. And that's, because I think there's some type of energy there. That's probably what brings these, unexplained creatures there that, some people might call them aliens. I know we gotta be careful on what we say or whatever, but that energy, where your hair is standing up, and you get that weird sense of dread, or like something doesn't feel right. Like,
Have you heard
that's
of
what keeps people
Skinwalker
alive.
Ranch, Jay? Have you heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where these, cattle are like caught up like with like lasers, just like sliced and diced, like some type of laser futuristic weapon did, and like they have no explanation when they do the autopsies on these cattle that just randomly, get cut up like this, or all the flesh is
Yeah,
peeled off the bones.
like cattle is a very small piece of it, because everything happens there. Like the energy field you're talking about, massive energy field there of something, and they're trying to say it's some type of curse or whatever, or something underground that's causing it. But the guy that bought it back originally was Bigelow back in the 90s, and he got, NIDS, the scientific team he created to bring over there, and they spent like 10 years over there, and what they had witnessed was insane. Basically, these portals would open up and these things would come out. Some look like little miniature UFOs that we scan around. Some look like orbs. Some look like wolfmen. Some look like Bigfoot. Some look like whatever. And then at the same time, you have these UFOs coming out and looking around, and like everything you can think of, ghosts and all that stuff. happen there all at the same time. UFOs, ghosts, Bigfoot, all that stuff, all in one area. And that's like, wow. So it seems like there's these portals that open up with this energy thing that
Wow.
allows these entities to. Yeah, it's nuts.
I did not know that like they actually caught on camera like portals opening up and stuff like that. That I did not hear about that part.
Yeah, because they were sitting there with surveillance and everything. They had the best equipment, and you could see these portals opening up and these beings walking out, and it's like it's crazy. And then another guy bought it recently. He's doing shows on it. He's bringing scientists over to do his own experiments, and they're finding some really crazy stuff. But yeah, they found this massive energy field there that goes across the whole ridge, right across the ranch. And then they started doing other ranches, and they found out there's other ranches in the U.S. that have a similar energy effect and similar phenomena going on. So it's not just that one area.
Because
Yeah.
Skinwalker Ranch is in Texas, right?
No, that's Navajo. Where is let me find out. It's definitely south. Let me see.
I always, for some reason,
I
assumed it
believe
was in
it's in
Texas.
Utah.
Utah.
I think it's in
Yeah.
Utah.
Oh, it's in
Yeah,
Utah. Okay. So these other ranches, are they like in other parts of the U.S. or is it like in that kind of like Southwest area also?
no, other completely separate parts of the U.S. that have
Okay.
this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like it's just. I mean, like this, like the whole Skinwalker thing. It has gotten more popular on the internet, but people think that like a Skinwalker is like it's like some type of like animalistic creature that like tries to transform into a human. But in reality, like what it is, and or at least to like the Native Americans and whatnot, like because Skinwalkers have existed for like like centuries in their lore, but it's some type of like a witch or some type of like necromancer that like does some like taboo stuff, like they kill people and whatnot, and then like they like use that they pretty much like to take a deal with the devil type thing, but they get like some type of like magical power that allows them to like transform into animals and they hunt that way, right? And it's just like that, you know, I've never had experience with that, but there are people that I've talked to, or not that I talked to, but I've talked to online, right? That have said that they have seen some animals that act extremely weird, and that just look off, very off, like putting, and then and that they see a lot of these in national parks in the Appalachian Mountains, all this stuff, but like this is like this there's so many like weird stuff and these folklores that if you really look into it, it's not really just a folklore. It's like actual experiences that people have had that they talk about. And then the government, of course, always comes in and says, oh, there's no evidence of this. It's just a, hearsay. And it's just, it's mind blowing because when I try to talk about this with anyone outside of the stream, except for those people, they think that I just sound crazy, you know? So it's just
That's
like
what I was trying to say, man. Like, well, what kind of special is KFC running this month? Like, well, who cares, dude? Like, this is reality. Like you're saying, like, this isn't just like hearsay or whatever. It's like they say that on the news. And in my mind, I'm thinking, like, why do you even say that on the news? You're like, it's clear that this actually happened. You just showed on camera, like, the newscast is showing like a cow all sliced and diced and cut up, and like we're like, whoa, what kind of animal did that? No animal like does that, right? Well, that's a weird thing. Like it doesn't matter. They don't want you to believe what you're seeing with your own eyes. They don't want you to just do like a Google search that will easily show all this stuff. They want you to not believe your eyes, not do any research, just, well, some guy with a suit and tie got up behind the podium and said, nothing to see here, folks. And everyone's like, okay, let me go back to looking at the celebrities. Like, how? How are people that like American Zombie? It's just like, that is exactly what the vast majority of Americans are. It's like a sliver of the population that actually cares what's going on in the world. Like you said, Jamal, it's like, I don't know where you find that's why I'm like addicted to this stream and like, got to keep coming back here. So, talk to people who are awake and alive, because I don't know where you find like alive people at. Like I'm just swimming in a sea of like robot zombies, consumers, like consume fast food, consume whatever BS the government tells them, consume whatever, lies that any type of government agency tells them, man. I just don't understand how, like, where do you find the survivors? It's just that there's such a small percentage of the population.
Yeah, of course, and we were talking about the Skinwalker Ranch, and I do want to mention that like in 2016, that ranch got like bought out by someone, and that person immediately blocked off all the entrances. He put no like trespassing signs. He didn't allow anyone in. And it's just crazy to me that like in 2016 when like when people were starting to talk about like the weird stuff that's going on there, some like multi-millionaire buys off the property and shuts it down. It's just like like is that not a sign that like maybe there is actually stuff going on in these places and that the government knows about it and that they send people to buy these properties and then hide it away? Like that's like the most obvious sign right there,
No, right now, Jamal, there's a show. There's multiple shows now they've made on the Skinwalker. The new guy that bought it made actual series, and he brought these scientists over, and yeah, they found some really weird stuff. But to Jake's
But it
point
used to
earlier,
be
saying about
open
the
though.
cattle, yeah,
Like it used to be like
yeah,
completely open.
before Bigelow was in the 90s. He bought it and then he closed it off. He got the scientists in there, and then this other guy bought it, I think in '06. And then he decided, okay, I'm gonna make a show out of this and then bring scientists over and see what they could find. So there's like several shows right now on Skinwalker from this guy. So he's actually doing it publicly. So takes pretty big balls to do that. Um, but what Jay was saying about the cattle thing that's messed up or from earlier is that there's evidence of these things, whatever it's a UFO, whatever it is, that they'll do the mutilation on the craft or whatever, and then they'll drop it off. And sometimes when they drop off the carcass, it'll hit another cow in the back and break the back of the other cow. There's been instances where they drop the carcass and they drop it on top of a calf and it kills the calf. So there's been instances of that. So they're like literally picking these things up, dropping them back, once they're done with them, and they just drop them off right there. But yeah, there's like so much strange in that one concentrated area. You can really, sink your teeth into it because it's not just one phenomenon. It's all these different phenomena going on at the same time. It seems like an energy vortex or something there that's accessible. Like the veil is very thin right there in that area for some reason.
Yeah, Scrub. I did not even know about all this stuff. That's honestly the only phenomenon I've ever heard of with the Skinwalker Ranch was a cattle thing, and I know they had TV shows and stuff like that. And I should look more into it because I looked into it for a little while, and like I pretty much just like you don't have to look that hard, and like to know that like okay, like these cattle they were picked up by UFOs, like aliens. They slice and dice these cattle, like you said. They do some type of like operation. Well, I don't know what they're doing. Some autopsy, are they eating it, or I don't know what they're doing. But it's clear like it wasn't humans, and like to me, like okay, boom, there's some more proof that UFOs exist. And then I moved on looking for the next thing that I'm interested in, another type of conspiracy theory, in quotations, whatever, which is really just truth seeking. But to me, it was very obvious that like, okay, obviously, those are aliens. And it's like sometimes these like what do they say? Like ancient alien astronaut enthusiast. Do they think this? Yes, they do. It's like they drag out the episode like way longer than it needs to be. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like get to the point, man. Show me the facts. I mean, so like I don't like how they drag it out for the commercial breaks and stuff like that, wherever But anyway, sorry, there's a super chat.
Yeah, Alexis, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the support. He says, is going to national parks alone a death wish? Possibly, man. Because if it's not the coyotes or wolves or bears, could be the elk. I mean, elk and moose, they will do you in. I would say, honestly, you should be able to be armed when you go there, but we live in a country that's just, I mean, the world, it's just so corrupt. It's just, I mean, America, just property tax and stuff like that is just ridiculous, man. But yeah, I would, it's like when you look around, just, yeah, it's ridiculous. In my opinion, I would say, yeah, you'd have to be very careful, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was, Yeah, I was doing something. So yeah, I'm glad to see Jake and Jamal hanging out with Scribe. Yeah, I'm just doing some other work, but yeah, if you guys, go right ahead. I'm just gonna mute. I'll probably be back and forth.
Yo, MD, what do you think about Skinwalker Ranch?
I'm not sure. Oh, Alexis June, man, thank you, brother, for the support again. He says, could feral people be behind these disappearances? Possibly, man. I mean, um, that is a possibility. Also, the government. I mean, the government, when we think about it, that honestly the biggest threat to people, that in my opinion, would be that. But yeah, feral living in there. When you just take a look at the people that have to just trying to survive, and they're giving money to other countries, it really makes you wonder. But it could be. I wouldn't even say feral. It could be tribal. Could be cult. Yeah, possibly that plus it could be both. Yeah, man, could be
Fam,
both.
feral, like wild savages
Yeah,
living in
thank
the
you.
living in the
I think it
forest.
means feral. Yeah, like, well, maybe not wild savage, just people that live like, okay, say somebody abandoned a child, which they found a person like that in India, because after the British ravaged through there, now they try to point to where it is highly polluted and stuff. But when I talk with Az Varun, he's like, yeah, before that it wasn't polluted. The real pollution there are the Dutch and British and what they've done, and also the Pakistan and stuff like that. If India is left alone, they'll do fine, just like other countries too. And that's why China does its own thing, even though they do what they do to their people too. But feral, like that, you've heard of that story, The Jungle Book, right? With Mowgli, the boy raised in the jungle.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, now that was based on a person they found in India that was abandoned in the forest and used to eat raw meat and gnaw on bones and would growl and stuff like that. So picture, I mean, you have people that raise their children like that in basements, in my opinion, here in America. Some of them have been exposed. It's horrible. So picture people out there surviving on something like that, and
Wow,
they grow up.
I can never look at Jungle Book again the same way, MD. I did not know that. Thank you for that piece of information.
Yeah, thanks, man. That in England also they used to use 3 and 4 year old. In my opinion, people can find the stuff. Gary Null had did a thing on it where they used to use them as chimney cleaners, like put a whole bunch of like rags, wrap them around a kid, and have them climb up and down the inside of a chimney with a rope tied to them until they expire.
I did know that.
When you look at the horrific, and I say this because I hear these guys, the last stream I did, they're like, oh, so and so built America and all of that. And I'm like, these guys don't even know who their great grandfathers were. And they spread hate. And this channel is about love. This channel is about learning. I'm thinking about changing it back to Wisdom Radio, even though we'll still talk about zombie stuff. But
yes,
yeah,
I love that name.
Yeah, man. And if people type in Wisdom Radio with a Z, this channel still pops up because that was the original name. But yeah, so it just encompasses a wider, broad view of stories. But when you said something about the ancient alien guys, a friend of mine paid earlier this year, I think it was around March, to go. They had came to New York, and it was so horrible to see the guy George Tsoukalos and Jason Martell. I mean, it was embarrassing. They were like, "Oh, nobody can take pictures and this and that." And I'm saying, "What? People paid. I think it was like he paid $80. Him and his girlfriend. I went, another friend, and it was watching buffoons on stage having a conversation with one another, and the ultimate diss to the face, the disrespect was they played clips from the freaking series on the projector on the stage. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. They're saying, oh, yeah, when we went to Puma Punku. And I'm like, everybody's seen this 1,000 times on the series. I mean, it has gotten to such a clown show with those guys, which it always has been. I mean, yeah, they the first 2 episodes were very, like, it was definitely good and gripping. with Eric Von Daniken and stuff, but it has turned into a circus. Like you said, they'll drag on the question. It's like it's made it. I think people lose IQ points by watching it now. It's like, oh,
Yes.
could it be true? Was it this? And then when I saw them in person and saw what's in my opinion, what scam artists basically, it's like, oh, so if we took a picture from the seat, we can't do that. And about 1,000 people was there. There was about 800, almost 1,000 people. They made some serious bank on that. Security everywhere, walking up and out. So if I take a picture, it's like, what type? Why would I ever want to go see these people again? Tsoukalos and these guys, in my opinion, are horrible. They're horrible, man. And all
Yes.
of the stuff that they've gotten is basically taken from other researchers. It's just, I think Brian Forrester had left the show because he called them racist. And he was saying, yeah, these guys underhandedly are just, really, really messed up. And me doing my own research on ancient artifacts and stuff like that, I see that they won't go in certain directions. Alexis June, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, is Loch Ness Monster real or a stick? Now, the Loch Ness Monster seems to be and thank you for the support, bro. It seems to be a plesiosaur or an elasmosaurus. And I have hieroglyphs that I have found in the museum in Manhattan of what appear to be something that's similar to the Loch Ness Monster. Long neck, big body with fins, on a temple that they have in the Metropolitan Museum in Midtown Manhattan, upper Midtown. And I'm saying to myself, like, wait a minute, has anybody seen it? Now, not just one, but 4 separate hieroglyphs. I'll look for the picture and try to upload it. Then I found it on another artifact called the Metternich Stela. And that was a smaller one. It looked like one that would be on land. So like with short legs, the body, the tail, the long neck. And yeah, I'll look for those and I'll see if I can upload it. Thank you, Alexis. Yeah, the Loch Ness Monster, I think sometimes they can say, oh, it's a stick, but I think that's a side, because it's not a far stretch. They have one in a lake that borders, I think, Canada and America, these lakes. And I think they call it the Oompa Longa or something like that. It's like a weird Native American name that they use for it, and it's very, very similar, the description, to the Loch Ness Monster. But yeah, I'll look for the picture, and I'll be back in a little. Scribe, if you're there.
Yeah. Oh, MD, I was going to just agree with you on that ancient aliens thing, that how it's turned into a circus. It's like now they're on season whatever, episode whatever. It's like they're just dragging out topics way longer than it need to be for like the commercial breaks, and to like you said, it almost feels like you're going to lose IQ points watching that show, because they're just throwing in anything, like any type of folklore type of stuff. Like it's not based on research or artifacts or evidence. It's just based on like, let's just try to keep this show running, try to keep the commercial money coming in, try to to the point where it's not even like fact based or anything anymore. Now it's all just like opinion based and dragging things out way longer than they need to be. It is a huge disappointment compared to what it used to be when it first started out. Like you said, it used to be awesome because it was one of the only shows that would talk about some of these, conspiracy theories that, were talked about on forums and things like that you have to search for online, in these like forums and old type of, like old school YouTube, man. Like when it first came out, like it was awesome, man. There used to be awesome stuff on YouTube that you could find. And then, it's just been like slowly getting more and more and more censored. Like, so, and the information even on Google has been buried and hidden. And you used to be able to find like just awesome information. And then finally they had a TV show that would start talking about this stuff. And there's so much real, truthful information and evidence and research and everything to talk about. You shouldn't need to fluff things and keep repeating the same question and drag out sentences and drag things out to get to a commercial break. There's so much real information, but the government's going to limit what they can actually say, and like you said, ND, they won't touch certain topics or go in certain directions, or go all the way, down the tracks, or down the rabbit hole to where you start getting into really interesting topics because the government doesn't want them to go there. So the government would pull that show from the TV, just like Joe Rogan used to talk about awesome things and mock like the moon landing and things like that. But then he got visited by the CIA or some people in suit and ties from the government, whatever government agency. And now oh no, I think we went to the moon, and like now his views and stances all changed because he's got the biggest podcast in America. So he got tamed down, just like this ancient aliens thing is. Now it's a circus. It got tamed down. It's all about money, and they don't care about the research or just spreading the truth to people. And nope, it's all like nothing good can ever persist because the government has to like keep everyone in the dark as much as possible. They don't want people to learn. They don't want people to become enlightened.
Yeah, people are yeah, man. It's government. It's the definition of keep mind control, govern, to restrict, to hold back, and meant the mind. It just whatever it is that's playing this psychological game on people is extremely powerful. It's very powerful, actually. It's to the point where it's hard to find anybody that thinks anymore. It really is. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. Yeah, it really is. Are you there, Scribe? I don't know if
Yeah,
you
what was
walked.
the? Yeah, I had to take a call. What was the question?
Yeah, he was talking about ancient aliens, Jake, and stuff.
Oh, just the ancient alien astronaut theorist, whatever they call them, like how it just turned into a circus, and they don't want to really dive in down the rabbit hole too far. They just kind of like step into a puddle, and then they jump out like, okay, we got some commercials, we got some commercial money, and then they jump out of the puddle. They don't want to take a deep dive on any topics or anything like that, and basically just what your thoughts are, or Jamal's thoughts are on
I mean,
the.
it's on the edge of what do you call it? Allowed to be on mainstream, so they give you just enough to where now it gets really stale because they've sucked out so much from it, but they can't go beyond a certain point. So now it becomes a circus show and just stupidity at this point because there's really nothing else to talk about because they've already reached a certain point. But if you can't go beyond that point, then that's what makes it, that's tough. I mean, just like what happened to Les Stroud because he actually had experience with the Bigfoot thing, and then the producer said no, we can't put that on even though the thing's called Bigfoot Expedition or whatever it's called. It's like they're not allowed to show certain evidence or whatever. It's like wow. So when you realize that, it's like yeah, all these mainstream shows you're going to see are cut off at that point right before they're able to prove anything. So it's all pseudo. It stays in the pseudo category. And that's why people think like the Bigfoot thing is like this thing is just flesh and blood. But on the contrary, there's been many, many people that have seen this thing do things that are not normal, like telepathy or the camouflage or the sensory and the being able to go up to a vertical cliff like nothing and the sheer power, and the sounds it makes, like they have a language and all this stuff that people don't know, but that have the Sasquatch races have language, like that alone, and they have a telepathy thing. So it's like they have the ability to do both. But I guess it depends on the race of that particular type. But yeah, I mean, it goes fringe real fast when we talk about these topics. But yeah, the alien
Yeah,
thing, it's like how you tie all this stuff together. Go ahead, Joel.
yeah. I mean, like these creatures definitely are like some type of like advanced, extremely knowledgeable creatures, in my opinion, right? Now, not every single thing that is spread around is true, right? But I do believe that most of these creatures that people are talking about on the internet and in the personal experiences is true. And if you do go on YouTube, you can find like very, very art like very like small videos of Bigfoot, right? Like the videos are like incredibly low views, but if you search enough, you can find some videos, and I get recommended them sometimes because I'm, into the like topic. But like these videos never go above like 20,000 views or like 15,000 views, right? So it's like, but it's like if you look at the videos, like it's very like very realistic. Like I'll be surprised if these videos were like CGI or fake, which I don't believe they are, because like I've seen a bunch of like really obvious fake, like CGI Bigfoot videos, and those videos are always they always are like the most like popular, like like Bigfoot found like footage videos. But like the ones that actually look realistic, I've noticed that they have like 5,000 views, hundreds of views. Like they never go viral or go big.
Facts, Jamal.
I know, like, and it's just it's like as if there's some type of system, right? Like, it's as if like the algorithm knows that these videos are realistic, knows that these are actual, Bigfoot videos. It's not just Bigfoot; it's for other videos like the Wendigo, like the other, the Skinwalkers, right? The obviously fake, like CGI ones, and those fake ones they go viral, but like the ones that like are actually realistic and showcase like the person is like actually reacting in a realistic way, and like it's like you look at it like there's no way that this is like CGI. It's like those videos never get above like like 20,000 views.
That's exactly what I was going to touch on. Same thing, Scribe and Jamal just touched on there. Is that, man, like, yeah, I used to be able to easily find stuff like, I won't say easily, but a lot easier than now. Find like government documents or military documents or things like that, basically admitting, like like when stuff has been declassified, after 30 years, you can find these documents, like when it's typed out and things like that. Now it's hard to even find these things sometimes. And, there's certain diseases that compromise people's immune system that supposedly some people think that the government actually created and released. And I remember looking and reading these like actual official government documents, like, I've seen when I was in the Marines, and they look just like that. You know what I mean? Like they're realistic, everything like that. Now I can't find those. You know what I mean? Like, and this is a few years ago when I tried looking it up again. So I be able to
Yeah.
look at this stuff probably
Remember,
several or a decade ago.
yeah, and
Several years, decade
this is
ago.
just our opinions on this. This is
Right. Just my opinion.
okay.
But it's
Scribe,
just,
you there? I don't know what this guy's
but
taking.
man, that's what I'm going to say is that AI has been such a net negative, because all it's done is like hide stuff, throttle stuff to where it won't be seen, like Jamal was saying. It's hidden a lot on Google, and it's almost like I'm almost scared to type stuff in sometimes into the Google bar, because it's almost like, oh, it's almost like I'm tagged and it knows that like I'm a conspiracy theorist. And so anything I type in is gonna like send its AI robots. And I think like the Matrix with like those weird creatures that go trying to like hunt for humans and stuff like that. They're like real humans, not zombies. And like they try to attack the real humans, these weird like, things that are looking for humans, and they shut down all the power and like try not to breathe or make any noise and stuff like that. And it's like it's almost like that's what I feel like the AI robots are doing inside the Google minister of wisdom, that ministry of wisdom, like what we're allowed to learn, what we're allowed to search, what we're allowed to know about. And it's like if I type something in like, oh, let's go find anything that's related to that search, and then they delete it. Some of them will scared to type stuff in because I think they're going to delete whatever I'm trying to look for sometimes. So AI has been a net negative, and I don't know why we keep progressing this. Like, oh, we need to keep advancing. Like, no, we need to shut that thing down. Like, we have more than enough technology. If anything, we need to take a step back from technology and keep it like moderated.
It's a gold rush right now. The AI gold rush is on strong. I mean, you already see all these guys buying up all the land to get the data centers and all the NVIDIA, chips and all that stuff. So, I mean, and like you said, they know the outcome is straight up Skynet, Terminator thing. But well, we got to put food on the table, so we got to do it anyway. So that's their excuse, So it's like we can't regulate it because it's just how it has to be.
Isn't that crazy? I
So,
mean, got to put food on the table. So let's not buy this land and turn it into crops, crop field, and grow some fruits and vegetables, and turn some land into a cattle farms. Like, got to put food on the table. So I got to have create. I have to create my demise. Like, what? How does that even make sense? It just, oh man.
That's crazy. I mean, all these things that are, what do you call it? Like now, like in the UK, they're basically, going, people just posting regular stuff and they're getting put away. I mean, tons of people. We get a nice, we got a super chat here. Ashley James, $10 super chat. Appreciate it. You guys don't know me. I just wanted to let you know that Carrie Sonntag Spicoli passed. Oh, really, man? Damn. Passed away November 14th, 2025. He had a tear in his artery and there was unable to fix an emergency surgery for 8 hours. Wow. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, we were wondering where he was at. We thought he was doing well, but yeah, that's sad news. Yeah, I'm not sure if MD or Jake or
Wow.
Jamal would say
Wow.
something.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we may have not had the best relationship with them, but this is still like horrific news. That's especially the way, if he had a tear in his artery, that's definitely not a good way to go out. So like I really do hope that he did, at least in passing, he was in peace and whatnot, That's that is something that, that I'm actually kind of, you know, I'm pretty sorry about that,
Yeah,
So
my condolences, man, for Spicoli. He was a cool dude, man. Condolences for that brother. I hope he's okay, man. I hope he's in a better place. My condolences, man. It really, he was a cool guy, even though, like you said, all type of different. He was a character. He was a cool guy, man. Spicoli.
Spicoli definitely livened up the streams, man.
Yeah, man. We wondered what happened to him. We were wondering. I told Scribe the other day. I said, "Yeah, I wonder what happened to Spicoli, man." Wow, thank
oh
you,
yeah.
Ashley James, man.
I
I
mean, I mean,
appreciate
like he used to like always join the streams because he always, because like because he always loved it. So it's I knew that when it was like a couple months that Amy haven't seen him, that he either moved on or something happened to him. But to just hear about this, it sucks, man. And I hope that once again, I really do hope that he passed in like peace.
I hope that someone is able to relay this information to his boyfriend WM. And I know they had a thing going on, and I don't know if the injury was from that or what.
No, I don't want to. I want him to be remembered good. Spicoli, he was a cool guy, man. He was way cooler than, WM tried to come on the stream. I didn't let him on when I interviewed Diego. He was backstage. And I was like, why? Why is this guy? I mean, I try to do it nicely to be like, look, nobody has anything against you. But Spicoli actually, I think he threatened Spicoli, and Spicoli took it to him, man. Had WM scared, actually. Spicoli pulled his card. He was the real deal. Spicoli, man. Carrie Sontag, man. Rest in peace, man. This is wow, man. After 8 hours. That's amazing. Ashley James, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother, for the support too. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Wow, man.
But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like it just shows you, man, that like that the people that you meet, man, either like good or bad, man, like they are like gonna die eventually, and you never know. It's just enjoy your time here, even though the like government and
Everybody's
our
going. Everybody's
overlords is
going. We just got to learn to love each other a little more, man. A lot more while we're here. Nobody's promised tomorrow. I used to say that on the old channel every time. Best we can do is learn from this and love each other while we're here, man. Help each other, give each other good times, laughs, and learn. Man. Yeah, man.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, we were just talking about him recently. It's like, wow.
yeah, I know
Okay.
it is crazy,
Spicoli's
but
voice is epic, man. He's got a one of a kind voice, that's for sure.
he does for sure, like he was a character. He was, sometimes he did get a little annoying, but I said
He was
times
great.
he
He'd
was
be
very
like, "Hey
funny.
guys, how you doing? Everything going on? Ain't that great?" He was so cool, man. Spicoli was
That
a cool.
California thing, yeah.
Yeah, Southern California, Palm Springs, I think he was from.
And
Wow.
his like
He used to
stories too,
brag.
man.
He used to brag that he lived in the gay capital of the USA.
freaking like
All right, you said you're gonna behave, right, Jake? I
freaking-
mean, the guy
I
is,
just said, dude, that was his own words, man.
yeah. I mean, the stuff we used to talk about is just like, wow. Yeah, I mean, he annoyed me a lot in some ways, but other ways it's like, yeah, this interesting guy. But at the same time, it's like, damn, yeah, yeah, he'll be missed. So that's crazy.
Yeah, like that's the first person I
Yeah,
think we had on a stream that has passed away. So
Dude,
that
that's
is
pretty crazy. I never thought
interesting.
about that. The first one, fast way. My favorite was when MD he starts showing up and they're just waiting for MD to kick him off.
Yeah, man,
But
that was
there
good
used to be
yeah. I
time.
there
had
used
the
to be a
timer.
toilet.
I would always give him a timer. Like he had 40 seconds, whatever. But yeah, and that's what kind of
Yeah,
drove
that's
my
I
thing.
started giving the timer.
Yeah.
And then there
Maybe
used to
like
be like
Chipotle
we
would
used to
always
say
just like keep
flushed.
on talking.
We used to say flushed, and then like there'd be like the toilet sound and stuff like that. Like, dude, it was hilarious. Just bring back some good memories.
Oh man. Oh man. I mean, like a year ago, it was. I mean, that was like, well, like at this point, I think like that was actually like about like 2 years ago now, which is just it's crazy how fast time goes by, man. Like the channel
Yeah.
was still completely different back then.
Yeah, Would you when I found this stream on like the old name channel like during the cough thing, um it was the best entertainment on the internet. And then that was when you think about it, what year that was a few years ago. I mean, it's crazy how long these streams have been going on. I mean, I cannot believe. And when you think about like it seems like a whole like almost lifetime ago for how censored everything is now. Like there is no way the things that MD and Scribe were roasting, these people on would ever be allowed nowadays. It seems like almost a lifetime ago. It's just 5 years ago, but the world has changed so much since the cough. So and that Spicoli was around, around that time, and it's just been a long time, man.
I mean, like those like cough days was also when like this. I mean, like there was so many people that was coming on this channel as well because of the cough. Like that's when people started waking up as well. But I'm not trying to go too much in depth in that. I know that Maxed Out doesn't like to talk more about that channel on here too much. But I do want to ask, like Scribe or Jake or maybe MD, if you guys ever have been to like a national park or maybe just in the woods and you guys have experienced like weird, like you had like a weird feeling or the experience something weird and whatnot. And like, like I just want to see if you guys ever actually, experienced that.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never gone to a national park by myself for that reason because there's been weird type of instances, whatever, like while I was in the Marines. I also think like military bases are in the same category as national parks as far as this topic we're talking about with weird energy fields and weird phenomenons that happen and things like that, because I'd be on hikes and sometimes like, I used to hate hikes because you would have to like reach out and touch someone. You just stay like perfectly like real tight in a line and stuff like that. But sometimes like after the gas chamber, I'd get out and start hiking down the trail, and they didn't make us all go like, close to each other, stuff like that. Cause there was like different groups and you could just hike at your own pace down the mountain. And there were little weird things even in the daytime, you know what I mean, where things just like you get a weird feeling, like this weird sense of like energy. You're walking through this like area where like the energy is like a bad energy, something like that, or like you're saying, where all the birds stop chirping, all the insects stop making noise, all the everything all of a sudden is just silent, and it's like, whoa, what's going on, and I'll start hiking a little bit faster, and I'm like, dude, is there like a mountain lion coming, or is there like like what is going on here, or something like that, and so I would never, even with like one other person, I wouldn't even feel like that. I'd have to be like with a group of people at least to feel kind of comfortable, and still like if you had one car full of people, I still wouldn't be comfortable just like camping out in the middle of the wilderness, probably, by myself in certain areas. In some areas, yeah, fine. Like, but in other areas, like these national parks we're talking about, stuff like that, like, I mean, I believe in that type of stuff. But these portals that are open and stuff, this is when like these idiots that talk about like, oh, it's 4D chess, bro. It's like, No. The 4D, the fourth dimension. This is like these energy fields and these weird things coming through portals and stuff like that. Like, you ain't playing chess with that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, no, I do believe in that. I do believe in, spirits, ghosts, energy fields, things like that, because it's measurable. We have devices and tools that measure these type of things, and we know they're real, and there's evidence that these things are real. So why am I going to go out there and like, hey, have you guys ever put your head inside a bear trap and then kind of like rattle it around a little bit to see if it'll like, no, dude, I'm good. So for me, that's a no.
Yeah, man. I'm never going to one alone for sure ever again. That is for sure. Trust me, I have like I've been to national parks a couple of times, and I've been one alone. And I told you about the story, but like I was there and it was complete silent. And I was like, okay, I have to get the hell out of here as fast as possible. So like after that, like I knew I can never just go there alone, man, because it's like, and if you look at all these like disappearances, there's one thing in common. It's always one person. It's very rare that a like couple, actually like like disappears. That it's always like solo hikers that like disappear, and it's just like you know it's some weird stuff is going on with that. And like, and there's many theories. Like I know there's one that people think that it's like the elites operate over there, and then they maybe take these people to use them as as like sacrifices and whatnot to stay in power is what they claim, and that stuff. It's just like I can't prove them wrong, and you can't prove them wrong like this. We don't know the reason for these creatures and for the weird activity in these areas, but what we do know is that it does happen, right? We do know that this stuff is not like some type of folklore and just stories. We know that this has actually happened over there. So the reason we are never gonna know though.
Never. I mean, that's always going to be the case. But Ezra, and you want to say something
Jamal
about?
cut
You
the reason
remember
we're never going to
Spicoli,
know that
right?
Jamal got cut off.
Yeah, Scribe.
Yeah, you remember Spicoli, right? I think you spurred that one time at him for some reason. Can you hear me, Ezra?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yo, everyone, you spurred on Spicoli? I missed it.
That was a long time ago. I mean, like, I didn't say anything abusive. He just was saying something like, he understood everything and he knew everything once. I think he was in a intoxicated state of mind. So then I asked him, it's not possible for everyone to know everything. Like, show me, if you know everything, then tell me about Atlantis. I asked him that, and then he said, we don't know anything much about Atlantis because it's gone. But he said he knew everything that time, and I got into a slight argument with him regarding that. That was like a very long time ago, maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, Scribe, how did it go? Do you remember, Scribe, how it went?
I want to address Alexis June. You had asked about the hieroglyphs. Well, the Loch Ness monster. I took these pictures back in 2015 at the museum, and this is of a of a temple that is in the Metropolitan Museum that they brought over from Egypt. I mean, just basically stealing artifacts. But if they didn't do it, I wouldn't have saw it in the museum. And when I looked at this wall, because this wall, it's very big, it's about 20, 25 feet high, and they reconstructed the blocks together. And I circled this hieroglyph here. And as I got closer, I noticed that it looked like the Loch Ness monster. And there was more than one. There was four of them, actually. So you see this one here on the left circled in red. There's also one on the right, if you can see it. Now, this is a close-up here of it. And you notice the neck, the fins, and like a rudder-like tail, like a flap tail. And here's another one. You notice the neck. Here is another one. There was four of them, I think, that I took pictures of. This has like a little eye. You can see the curved neck. Like if you look at this one here, you see it. Wait, let me see if I got a close up of the circle one. But Yeah, I didn't circle the close-up ones because you can see it basically. I don't know if you guys can see it and can tell that
I
this.
did not know the Loch Ness monster was in hieroglyphs. This is amazing, MD.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so this is something that I had photographed. And the crazy thing was nobody cared. The officials at the museum were just, they didn't care. They were 9 to 5. Yeah, they were based. They were just watching me like, look, don't touch the wall, because I had like pointed to it in one picture, and they're like, they would just come like the police basically. But once they saw I was a serious researcher, they were kind of cool. But yeah, this was on a wall, and there's a wall on the other side. There's two sides of it. It's a big temple, and I actually wrote an article about this where it looked like an elasmosaurus or plesiosaur, what they would call. And I showed the timeline of the fake evolution religion that, it showed this. So the fact that Egyptians have documentation of this in hieroglyphs kind of tells me that the accounts in Loch Ness seem to be more realistic. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in, Alexis.
MD, to add to your statement there, they did. They've been doing deeper and deeper deep sea dives with submarines as they've been able to build them stronger. They can dive deeper, and then they have found species of like octopuses, like giant octopuses that are so deep, in the water, they never even come up, anywhere near the surface. So we didn't even know like this big of like octopuses existed. And then also like these huge like whales and sharks and things like this. They're finding different species the deeper that we're able to dive, that never even, that we never knew about before. So this Loch Ness monster that the Egyptians knew about, maybe before technology, or there was so much population, or so much fishermen boats, and I'm sure they have more advanced tools that can possibly delete these type of Loch Ness monster things now. Maybe before humans didn't really possess that capability to do it before, so they just went deeper into the sea and just hid so the way they could survive. So that would be kind of like, adding into like, it might be real, and it just doesn't come to the surface anymore because now, it's more danger now that we have more technology.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that are in legends that are real. That they found a lot of that by accident. They were repairing underwater cables, and they put camera on the submarines, and that's when they noticed a lot of bioluminescent life forms, and a lot of discoveries are made accidental. And as we see, like now, the way people just blindly believe crooked, in my opinion, politicians, it's really sad. I mean, and they're the ones. I mean, I just, when I look at the average person's just thought of thinking that this person that's talking about giving billions of dollars to other countries while you have people starving, while you have Flint, Michigan doesn't have drinkable water. And this was something where I couldn't believe that, a Blaxican had came on yesterday, and he asked me, because there was a guy that came on the stream, Brave. He has like a channel. He's like a older white male in America. And, there was a guy that came on Smash a while ago. He was a friend of Aqua, Chaotic Truth. And he was on camera, and he was a funny guy. He had a suit on, and he was like holding a cell phone with a cord on it, like the old cell phones that were in the cars back in the 80s and 90s, with the cord and the antenna and all of that. And he has a stream now. He's gotten pretty popular. Has a channel with like 20,000 or some odd subs. And they both, he's one of those guys that they try to be like very like Republican type views, but try to act like they're not really Republican, but it's extremely conservative. Like, and when I look at some of the stuff, like when I mentioned, hey, what about Flint, Michigan? Like, he tried to first of all say there wasn't poverty in this country. So right there, I'm like, okay, you're delusional. Flint, Michigan, and they're like, oh, well, people could just move. And I'm like, this is the type of ignorance that just keeps part of humanity in like a very low state. To tell somebody that, to say, okay, so they're giving billions of dollars to Argentina, to Ukraine, all of that, and all these other countries. But you're telling me we should be living in a paradise here in America with the amount of stuff. Now, these people, these guys who are like they built the country when basically they haven't done nothing. They don't even know who their great grandfathers are, but magically, they built the country because they're so-called, Christian warriors or whatever. And we see that this is just not true. It's a mental inflated ego because they've been told since they were a child that they're from heaven. They're the good guy. They wear the white hat, but that ain't flying with me. And when I produced this book in a few days on human origins, it's very shocking. Scribe knows a little about it, and that's when it's about to break loose. And when I I look at this stuff and I say to myself, I said, how ignorant does a person have to be? It's like to think that it's not just this is so plantation. The fact that we have any need for anything when they're giving billions, $3 trillion was supposedly missing from the Pentagon. They got audited, nothing happened. I mean, you're talking crookery on another level. And not many people talk about this. Not many people want to talk about this. It's really sad, man. It's really sad, the fact that we even have to pay taxes. When $3 trillion goes, and look at the wording. Oh, it went missing. The Pentagon, no, missing. What do you mean missing? Somebody stole it. People in government, most likely, stole it. It didn't go missing. If you say that your taxes went missing, they're going to accuse you of stealing it.
And the plane hit right at the Pentagon where the financial department was too. So this stuff was planned as well. The plane was hit right in the financial office.
Yeah, and that's just recent. I think back in 2015, 2016, I used to do a blog talk show with this guy, Austin Thomas. He was a cool dude. They were kind of right-winging. But they back then, I think there was $6 trillion missing. Now, $1 trillion, that's $1,000 billion. That's $1 million. That means you can give 1 million people $1 million with $1 trillion. That's how big this. Now, most people don't know this because they don't think. They don't know what comes after $1 trillion or a quadrillion or a quintillion, because where their head's at. And when I look at this, the fact that nobody cares, it makes you wonder what's in the water, the air, the land, the food. I mean, this is zombie level apocalyptic type of thought. It's just, and then, when we look at the cryptid stuff, it should go without saying. I mean, they're probably doing experiments in labs, and that's what a lot of these cryptids are. It's possible. The whole milk carton thing, there was a theory saying that the missing kids on the milk carton, I remember when I was a kid, you'd always see a missing picture of a kid on a milk carton. And somebody had a theory saying those kids aren't missing. That's how they advertise the kids that they might be selling, basically.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah.
And this is my opinion. This is
Wow.
my opinion. This is yeah. But
Yeah, we're right.
on the subject of
I was gonna bring some up real quick. Charles Baxter, man, appreciate super chat. He says Larry Silverstein has never missed a day except 9/11. He probably was in on that theft too. Yeah, I mean it's so messed up. I mean the fact that with the billion seven, I don't know if we can even mention billion seven, but yeah, I mean that whole thing right there is just like a slap in the face. And because he said the word "pull it," and that's a term in the demo thing.
Yeah, and this is our opinion on that. And thank you, Jailhouse Max, and thank you, Craig, man. Thank you, brother, for the support. I appreciate that from Canada, man. Thank you, bro. This is It just, yeah, the Pentagon, Sons of God, you're so right. The Pentagon has never passed an audit, and nothing has ever happened from not passing the audit. If a civilian doesn't pass an audit, you already know what's happening. You already know. But, I don't want to get too off subject, man. Scribe's doing a great job on the screen with Jake, and he's at the mind, man. Oh man, I wanted him to come back on. If you got a
Yeah, I was
chance,
gonna ask him
Mind,
if he knows about cryptids. Yeah.
yeah, hop back on Mind, and we'd like to talk about the cryptids with you if you get a chance.
Yeah, there's one recent wasn't just a sighting. It was actually with this guy, a trucker guy, 18-wheeler. He's driving down this dark road. I'm not sure what state it was in, but he's noticing, I guess, a flat or something with the tires, a pressure issue or something. So he pulls over on the side of the road, gets out, goes to fix the tire, and then he noticed like he felt some weird presence, like something's watching him, something weird. And then he fixes the tire issue, and then gets back in the truck or the 18-wheeler, starts driving off again. And as he's driving off, you can hear something like running down the road. And he's driving, and this 18-wheeler, he's about 9 feet up. This is like a very large, you know, Mack truck type of situation. So he's going and he hears something, he looks back and he sees like this, basically, for lack of a better term, a giant wolf-like creature, but running on two legs. He said this thing must have been between 12, 13, 14, 15 feet tall, really running next to his trailer, like next to his truck. And this thing is sprinting on two legs, and it gets closer up to by the, you know, the the cargo side on the left side where he's at, on the driver's side, and it's running up and up and up and gets to where his window is. And this thing, he's looking at, it's like, what in the heck is this thing? And this thing tries to reach in. Like, mind you, he's 9 feet up. He's sitting 9 feet up. These trucks are really tall. You have to basically climb to get to sit down these things. So he's 9 feet up, and this thing's able to just look in, grab and reach at him, start grabbing at him. And he says, as this thing's like trying to grab him, luckily he had a large caliber, well, it was a 45 or what it was, a very large caliber pistol sitting right next to him, under the seat. So he always has it ready. So he was able to, while this thing's running with him, he's going like 50 miles an hour down a road. He's able to pull this gun out, point it at the thing to its face. Like, this thing's eyes were as big as like bigger than golf balls, like larger, like smaller than baseball, in the middle between golf ball and baseball, like huge, big eyes. And he's like, he points the gun over, and he literally shoots it in one of the eyes, like point blank. And then this thing screams, falls down, whatever. And then he keeps going, and he's like, okay, what in the world just happened? He stopped, he's like freaking out. And then he's like, well, I got to go back and see if this thing is still, what's going on here. So he goes back to the location, turns around, goes back, and there's nothing there. And there's these two people there or something, and they said they heard something or whatever. I don't know, those two people were associated with some other group or whatever, but there's just two people there that they didn't hear anything or see anything, but they were there, like, pretty much after he shot this thing. And then like maybe 2 months goes by, and he's like, still freaking out. He's having dreams, nightmares. And then he gets a knock on the door. And then these two guys, CIA guys, come in and say, sir, you realize what you've done? And he's like, what? Like, he's playing dumb. He's like, what? What do you guys want? He's like, you killed one of our assets. He's like, what do you mean? You killed one of our, they have to use this terminology, because that's what they call these things. They call them their assets. So these are government assets that are being deployed in certain areas, and if they get out of hand, whatever, it happens. So this thing got out in the public somehow and chased this guy's truck. So this is a pretty recent story. I forgot the name of the guy, but you can look it up. You type in Dogman chasing semi truck or something like that. And this guy's done, and they told him do not do don't be doing interviews, don't be talking about this. And he still did some interviews, but it is crazy. Yeah, huge. 14, yeah. So apparently, yeah, the government knows about these things, and we don't know if they're genetically modifying them or if they're just controlling them, or if they're breeding them, or what's going on there. But yeah, that's a whole nother thing in itself. But yeah, when it's what's going on with the mind, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I wanted to jump in here because I heard y'all talking about the whole parks thing, and I kind of had a 2 cents in that. I think
Still there? You cut off.
hello, hello, can you hear me? Mic check. Hello.
Yeah, 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 it's working.
Okay. I was saying they have an agenda to have people in cities, basically, right? Like, aren't they have smart cities too? That's the thing they're trying to do, or something. Well,
Yeah. We can like hear you.
okay, so yeah, I think that's all a part of the whole this scare of keeping people away from nature, right? They want to be like, yeah, nature bad, don't go near it. It will hurt you. Like
Mhm.
the city's the best place to be. And I think in reality, a lot of stuff that happens when it comes to the propaganda is perpetuated by, you know, whatever forces that might be. When it comes to the whole cryptids thing, I do think there's a wide range of phenomenons that happen that they do try to cover up, right? And I think just talking about the werewolf one, that reminds me of a story that happened a while back. This story is very similar, except the werewolf was stealing food from a person in a village, and when that person shot the werewolf, it died. But the thing was, the person who was the werewolf was actually asleep, and when she slept, she manifested a physical entity that she was able to control, which was a werewolf. And when the guy killed the werewolf, the lady died, and I don't know what happened to like what happened to the werewolf's body, but the chick was dead. So the guy, everybody knew in the village that she was a werewolf. So the guy had to end up paying the person's husband or family money because they were like, "Yo, she was just getting food. Like you didn't have to kill her for some food." And that's kind of it. So I think if I think there are people who are the have special powers and more abilities than they realize, and that's a part of the whole like mapping out the genome and stuff. They're trying to figure out who's who.
Man, that's a deep, very deep way of looking at it. That is the first time. That's amazing, man. That when you think of it in that way, that somebody can manifest something in the physical world while they're sleeping, that becomes physical. That's a really amazing. And this stream is all about speculative, all of our opinions, but this is good that we can talk this way and talk about these stories, man. Where exactly did you hear that one from? Mind, if you're there?
It's from a book called The Teachings of uh, Pablo Neruda. Pablo Neruda.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's
Wow.
he's a native shaman who talks about native medicines and practices.
There's a philosopher, Carl Jung. He was the basically the adversary or the nemesis to Sigmund Freud. And he said in a dream, he saw himself sleeping, and he realized that when he's awake, this guy in the dream would be asleep. So it was like, even though the guy was sleeping in the dream, because he was awake in the dream, that it kind of gave him an inclination to believe that when we're awake here, part of us is asleep in the dream world. And then when we're dreaming, were asleep here. So it's really fascinating, man. In this
I know.
avenue of
I
thought.
To add on to that, I know I definitely have fallen asleep and then woken up like in a dream. I will wake up like if I'm just waking up regularly, but within a dream. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who's had that, right?
Uh-huh. I've had that where I was dreaming and I wake up in the dream and I'm still in the dream. So I wake up from a dream within a dream. And then I started to practice lucid dreaming. I remember I was dating a girl in the early 2000s from Hungary, and there was something after we broke up that every time I laid down, I would have these intense dreams, even if it was a 30-minute nap on the couch or definitely at night when I slept. I was having so much dreams that I was looking for somebody to interpret the dreams. And I found one lady. I couldn't find nobody else that really interpreted. One lady, and she said she wanted $50, I think it was, for a half an hour or something. I told her, I said, look, I can spend I think no, it might have been 100. I spent 50 for a half an hour. She goes, I'll interpret 3 dreams for $50. So I said, okay. I met her at a bookstore, and she was like middle-aged to older. Darlene. Her last name, it was an Italian last name, like Fucciani or something. And I was having so many dreams, I wrote them down. I had a journal because I don't know if something, she told me, she goes, look, energy switches when you sleep with people, like being with that girl for a while, it exchanged. And so I had talked with her and she was teaching me. She goes, look, you need to make your own dream dictionary. She said, because she goes, how do you feel about horses? I said, well, I don't really have a feeling really for or against horses. She goes, are you afraid of them or do you like them? I said, neither. I said, I like them. I said, I'm not trying to buy a horse and ride it. If I could afford it, I wouldn't buy a horse, but I'm not afraid of them. So she goes, if the author of a dream journal or like a dream book was afraid of horses or he liked them, what he interprets or she interprets, like when you dream of a horse, is going to be different than what if you dream of a horse. Because if they're afraid of horses and you're not, when you dream of a horse, it's not going to correlate to their meaning. So everybody has to make their own personal dream dictionary. And I would
Okay, wait,
ask
real
her
quick.
about,
I want to jump in real quick. I think that's true to a certain extent, but like Carl Jung would say, I think there is like a super ego or super conscious that there
oh,
are like
collective.
these, yeah, there is these symbolic symbols that the
And they're
archetypes.
all basic templates. You're right about that. So there's certain things if people dream about that is kind of level across the board. If you dream of this, then that actually, for most people is going to have the same interpretation. But yeah, go ahead. You're right about that. And yeah.
That's it. Yeah, I just wanted to add on. That's it. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
interrupting.
So there are that. But like, in-depth dreams like I've had where I say, man, what is this? Now, some clearly it's like if you're doing something or you're listening to something, you can fall asleep and you'll hear that. You'll say, man, I was dreaming about something. You say, well, I was watching a show about something like that or listening to music. And that does happen. I guess it's a kind of an imprint, but they like to dismiss the power of dreams. I mean, dreams, if you look at historically, they have been extremely prophetic. Even like the biblical stuff with Joshua, I think it was, that was having the dream with the Pharaoh, with the, grain and stuff. The dream interpretations, Harriet Tubman, said that she would get these visions after she hit her head, I think when she was around 12 or something, and she would get like a type of narcolepsy where she would get very tired and just fall asleep and then have a dream and say, okay, I had this dream we shouldn't cross the river over here. we need to go downstream, and that's where we cross. And that's how they said she had a lot of safe journeys going back and forth from south to north on the Underground Railroad, basically. And there is a lot of controversy with that, I've noticed. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that if anybody else had something to add in, Azvarun or anybody. Who is this?
Yeah.
Jills. Oh, good to see Jills. I think both of you are absolutely right about this. Thank you so much.
Can I add something to MD?
Yeah, please, Azvarun.
See, regarding dream, there are three states actually: sleeping, waking, dreaming, and Jagrata or something. Not Jagrata. The Turiya state is beyond the dreaming state also. So that will make you eternally aware of all planes of existence. As far as dream is concerned, it belongs to the realm of Swapneshwari, or the goddess of dreams. So there's a type of siddhi actually that you can attain, and you can do dream walking, MD. Like you've seen Doctor Strange and the new movie that released, I think the Universe of Madness or something like that, the Multiverse of Madness. Yeah. So in that she does dream walking, right? It's possible actually. What happened was that there was this guy actually, he had attained Siddhi of Swapneshwari, and he had given a special stick which had magical powers to this other person. That person saw how beneficial it was, and he was always making some excuse, and he wasn't giving the stick. So then what happened was that he finally got fed up and said, give it back, it's very important for me, I need it for some spiritual task. He still refused. So in the dream actually, he would send this goddess to talk to him and give the stick back. He still refused, and then he ended up with fever. The goddess cursed him with fever, and in his dreams, and it really happened to him in real life. He started having fevers. So then, like, what happened was that he had no choice but to give the stick back. So you can enter into someone's dreams, initiate them, tell them what to do, and you can come out of that state as well. It is not something that's fictitious actually. It is highly possible, and you can initiate even all kinds of uh, processes where you can send diseases or some kinds of negative vibrations to the dream, and trap that person or paralyze him as well, MD. It's known as Swapneshwari Siddhi.
Yeah, and that goes back to the whole like dreaming. You fall asleep, you dream, and you like manifest. You could manifest things in reality. I want to add something too, real quick, before you continue. I've done lucid dreaming myself as a child. Like that's when it started happening to me naturally, and I kind of came to the conclusion that right now this world we're in, this state of mind, this perception that we have right now is in somewhat a dreamlike state. The
Yeah.
majority of the populace is in a dreamlike state right now. We are.
When you say dreamlike state, actually, what it means is the person will identify himself to be separate from the universe, and he'll think that it is his right to get more power, more riches, and more wealth, feeling himself to be separate from the universe. That is the dream state, actually, like in which he'll think that he's
Yes.
separate. Yeah, that's how it goes, actually.
I agree.
Otherwise,
I
he
agree.
and
That's funny you say that.
yeah,
Sorry,
the
one last
thing
thing.
is
That's funny you say that because Okay, go ahead.
yeah, the thing is, the universe and the soul, it's one. The super soul and the universal soul, the individual soul and the super soul or the universal soul, it's one. But the illusion comes over here that deludes the person into thinking that he's separate, and the only way he can feel whole is by amassing more power, more riches, more pleasures for himself. The minute he sees himself separate, that's the part in which he starts suffering from the illusion. So that dream state,
I want to.
everyone
I
is
want
isn't that. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
I want to jump in and say there, and we can't forget the what is it called? This the thing that copies or tries to emulate or simulate that thing that you're talking about, because I think there's something that is that, like the universal consciousness. That's what I call it. That's how I perceive it. Because everything is conscious, and there is a universal consciousness, and when you connect to that, you realize everything is apart. Everything is connected, and everything has some awareness of everything else.
Yeah.
So I want to say, I just want to say there is the fake version of that, which is instead of the universal conscious, they call it, instead of they call it the collective, and that's like the exact. It's kind of similar to the universal, but it's not the universal consciousness. It's a imitation of it. It's like the legion, basically. Okay, go ahead.
The thing is, what is that? Yeah, when you dream actually and sleep, your body doesn't fully rejuvenate and recover. So what happens is that you should attain Swapneshwari Siddhi, and gradually you'll stop dreaming in your sleep, and your sleep will be more sound. Then you can connect to your causal body and rejuvenate your body better. The more you dream and the more you sleep, you become more self-identified with the limitations of your body. So sleep actually is, actually, to be honest, an obstacle for the body. uh Procreation, eating too much, and sleeping, they make you more conscious of the limitations that are present in your body. Your consciousness becomes very like body oriented, and it doesn't become universal in nature. So it's a detriment actually in the long run to progress on the spiritual path. Procreation
Yeah,
and eating and sleeping, yeah.
yeah, sleeping. But dreaming, I think specifically has more meaning than just sleeping, because sleeping is more of a physical, and even on a mental or philosophical perspective, sleeping is not the same thing as dreaming.
Hmm. Yeah.
Scribe, are you there? Holy smokes, man! This guy, Christ of a man, good to see you, brother. He says it's only a movie. The one from the '80s called Dreamscape is still in. Yeah, that's a very intriguing movie, man. Dreamscape, really intriguing, man. Another
And
movie which is controversial, yeah, Walking Life. That's another one, man. Dreamscape. There was another one with Dreamscape too. That was amazing.
And
Um,
you remember one movie that was made by John Carpenter in the 90s called In the Mouth of Madness. And he actually traveled to this fictitious town that's in the book. And when he comes back, actually, he's supposed to deliver that book to someone else. A- And then, like, after that, he sees himself in the movie, like, h- how that author can manipulate reality itself.
Scribe, I think you're having some echo or some feedback or something.
Me, I'm having it, I think.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
no,
don't
I
know.
accidentally,
Scribe.
yeah, I head on for a second. I was gonna ask Varun what he knew about the cryptid side in his area, like in India, if there's any Bigfoot or any kind of other
Uh,
weird stuff.
See, the Mahabharata war took place around 6,000 years ago. In that, one person survived actually, called Ashwatthama. So he was around 12 to 14 feet tall. So what he did was he fought in a very unethical way after the war ended. When all the soldiers were sleeping, he went to kill the Pandavas' children, and he killed all the soldiers when they were sleeping. He set fire to the camp, he destroyed it. He first was about to sacrifice himself in the altar of the fire. Then Shiva was very impressed with him and possessed his body. It gave him supernatural strength, and they destroyed all the Pandavas in the army of the Pandavas, and he killed all their children and that Drishtadyumna's son as well. So Drishtadyumna, yeah, he killed him too. Then what happened was that Draupadi, who was the wife of the Pandavas, she became distraught after knowing how her children
Okay,
were killed in their sleep.
as for when I'm asking for a story about I'm saying what different cryptids have you heard about? Like different type of
Yeah, this person
maybe
was, yeah, 12 feet tall. He was supposed to live 6,000 years ago, and Krishna cursed him to be immortal. So many people today think it's a fable, but they've
But as
seen
for
this man.
you always bring up some guy that's running around for thousands of years, and it's some dude. I'm saying
Yeah.
you don't have like any like monster types like vampires or
Oh yeah, vampires is there.
Yeah.
I would have shown it to you, but that book is not there. How a vampire looks like, it's a bit scary. So vampires and other types of goblins and ghouls, they do exist. I had a book that knew about these type of spirits. There are countless such type of monstrous beings. I could have shown the picture also to you, but it's there in the other house. So I have to go to the other city and get the book. And next time when you do this, if you don't mind, I'll cam up and show the pictures to you actually, how these monsters look. And there was this person actually, he attained control over a being who was a vampire like being, and he was eating scorpions for the feast. It was a feast for all these immortals. Seeing what he did, they banished him. And they're very very powerful beings too. And I have the picture actually, how he captured this vampire and whatnot, and he uses it for his day-to-day rituals as well. I forgot his name. So all that I have in that book, I'll bring it and show it to you actually, Scribe, next time if you again do this topic. Here I don't have the book.
Yeah, you don't have to count up. You just put on your avatar, and then we can enlarge the avatar, and then we can see it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, sure, 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 sure.
yeah. When you're saying the vampires in your area, what you said they don't look like the ones in the movies, obviously. So what do they look like?
They're horrifying. They have a very scary appearance, and if you make a deal with them, they will bring the heads of your enemies. But the thing is, like first they suck out the life force from your body as a result, and then they do drink blood. Not that they don't drink, but like the more subtle form of energy that passes through the blood is known as prana. They suck that out actually. You've seen that movie, Doctor Sleep. It was a continuation of that movie. I forgot Jack Nicholson's movie, I think, in which he'll go to this hotel and he'll come back, it was haunted. So it's in Doctor Sleep, these psychic vampires, they suck the life force out of the body, right? They're very scary to look at. And this is what they exactly do. But I had the picture too. Next time when I come back, I think I won't be going back to my other place for some time. But when we do this, I'll remind you, Scribe, and I'll show you how it looks like actually, the whole
All
thing.
right, cool. I don't know if the mind, if you had any knowledge or experience of any of these things, cryptids or anything like that.
Cryptid specifically, let me see. I don't think I have. I mean, I'm trying to think. No, not personally. Thank thank God, I guess, because I
Or
would
what
be
about
like.
or what about paranormal entities?
I mean, I have experience. Had encounters with aliens with, but that was only in dreams and like visions, like hallucinations and stuff.
Like sleep paralysis?
Yeah, I've had sleep paralysis, but I've never seen any aliens. I have heard little demons like jumping up and down, and I did hear and see some weird, more than likely evil entity, like dark thing. But other than that, I haven't really seen like aliens or like anything weird. I think I just seen some weird ghosts.
Yeah,
Only
more
in
like
sleep
that, not
paralysis.
aliens. More like yeah.
Well, I don't think sleep
But these
paralysis
little these
counts because
little.
that's kind of like sleeping.
But you said the little demon guys. What would they look like?
Is I heard them and I could hear their claws hitting the floor, and they sounded like kind of like dogs, like little dogs growling. And they had to they were jumping on two legs. That's all I can hear. They
So
had
you didn't
claws.
actually see them then.
No, I when I'm in sleep paralysis, I can't see. I can't open my eyes. I could only hear.
Because I remember one time it happened to me
That's
in Austin, in Texas. Yeah, what'd you want to say?
sorry. There's a
Yeah,
lag.
one time I was coming out of yeah, there was a little bit of like I was coming out of sleep and also one time I was like and I didn't realize what it was at the time and now I know it's like kind of like a sleep process, but I was able to kind of slightly open my eyes and see this weird entity. It looked like like that thing in Star Wars that flies around. It's like a mechanic or something, but not like that. It's more like it has this weird beige color skin, but it looked like an insect slash, you know, human type of thing. Not really human, but human-esque a little bit, but had these wings flapping like I guess akin to like what do you call it? Bumblebee or something like that. Not bumblebee or what do you call it? The little small birds. I already forgot the name of those. But it was just sitting there flapping. I'm looking at it. I'm like, what in the hell? What is this? It's just sitting there looking at me. And I'm just like, this is really weird. And it wasn't until I fully, wake up that it just kind of like just demanifests. It was crazy. It was like that thing was there. I could hear it, could feel it, and then it just dematerializes like once you're fully awake.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I guess I kind of lied when I said I don't see things in sleep paralysis because obviously when you imagine, right, you visualize or people can see things when they imagine things, right? So I guess I do see things, but and to at a certain point, I have seen my room, but for me, it's really hard to tell the difference between what I'm remembering, my imagination, what I'm remembering, which is connected to my imagination, versus what is quote unquote real, which I ultimately believe all of this is a part the of the imagination of a greater mind than our own.
You think maybe for a second it's like you're looking into a different existence for that brief moment, and all of a sudden, like it is there. It's just you don't see it,
Well, I
or
think there's a
it's when it's
mixture of
invisible.
things. I think it's a mixture of things. Like obviously, we can project our own thoughts onto reality and manifest them into some space, like whether it be virtual, whether it be purely mental or physical, because we could literally sculpt or create our imagination and make something into reality if we really want to. So I think just by the very act of thinking, it creates something that's there to a certain extent on some level.
Yeah, because that's interesting. It's like, they say that since we're in these bodies, like we can kind of do that with the physical form, like we think, well, we can create, what we see in our mind, we can create it in the physical form. But they're saying like we're normally supposed to be out of the body, and the thought itself manifests whatever that is. But since we used that poorly or we did stupid stuff, we were sent here to get, humility on what it feels like to live in a physical vessel and have to physically, feel pain and use your arms to build stuff. What do you think about that? Yeah, I guess you stepped away for a second, but
Sorry,
yeah,
yeah,
that's the type of stuff. Did you hear that
I had to
part?
do something. Say it again. I had to go do something real quick. Say it one more time.
Yeah, that before they say when the body and the soul split, like before you came here or something, you had the ability to just think, and then you're there or you manifest something, just based on thought. And then I guess that power may have been abused by us or whatever, and then we're cast here to learn what it feels like to be in a physical vessel and have to physically create things with your arms and your legs and feel pain and everything else,
Yeah,
or you lose the power of.
I think you're onto something because I know for me, I've literally thought stuff and it happens and it can get scary. It can get really scary and it's just like, okay, I really need to watch what I think and how I feel and stuff because things happen. Like things really happen. And if you're paying attention, you'll see how much you really affect reality.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, there's a few times I've seen stuff in my mind's eye, and I was able to do it in this reality. So that's definitely there. And
Not just affect, but just be
yeah,
aware because people can know things like someone was saying earlier, prophetic dreams. Like that's a real thing. You can either manifest it or like be aware of it before it happens. I think that's real.
I've only had one lucid dream in my life where I knew it was a dream and I could fly around and do crazy stuff, and it only lasted for a little bit, but for that moment, I knew I had the power. It was really cool, but after that, it was like kind of just went away.
How how old were you?
Probably
How old were you?
around 11, 12. Yeah, it's
Okay,
probably around
yeah.
11,
That
12 and I
for
had
some
it.
reason that's around the age they say like there's a certain amount of ages like you either be like 7, 12, or like in your uh early to mid 20s. I think it's supposed to be like transitional periods in your life that has an effect on like your mental something mentally, and it affects your dreams. So for whatever reason, people become lucid at key points in their life, key stages in their life. Sometimes.
Yeah, that makes sense. We definitely go through
It
phases or
has. I
whatever.
know. Yeah, I know. It has to do with what is that thing called? Like your fight or flight response. People, for whatever reason, I know. For me, when I became lucid, I was having to fight an evil entity, and I've heard of a lot of people who were in nightmares and ended up becoming very lucid because they were in danger, so they had to be as aware as possible, and that caused them to be aware that they were in a dream.
Okay, that's interesting. 'Cause the thing is, every time I mean, it's like either the very rare instance where I have somewhat lucidness and I could do what I want to do, and then the majority of the time it's like I'm like sluggish, I'm like trying to do something, and it's like you just can't, or you're trying to run from something, and you just can't quite run. You just don't quite have control of your legs. It's like, what is going on?
Well, to be honest, lucidity for me is just, I would say the definition is just the act, the ability to be aware in the moment. Because if you are aware in the moment that you're dreaming, that is you being lucid, regardless of how much control you have over the uh, the dream. Because there's different levels of lucidity. I've had people have had experiences where they can control anything and do anything and be anything, and that's a certain level of lucidity. But other another level is like you said, you you're like walking around. Well, did you know you were dreaming? Because
It's
that's the
like I
main thing.
kind of
Like you
can
need to know.
tell. Yeah, well, not all the time, but I've noticed that it's like that's one of the telltale signs. And they say, "Oh, see if you can see yourself in the mirror." And I have done that a few times, but it's like me in different ages or something, or younger or something, or it's it's crazy. I mean, and also there's these other dreams, like the most lucid dream I ever had, not lucid, but like realistic one was like 6, and I was like at a burning castle. It was demolished, fire everywhere, blazing. I could feel it on my skin, and I could hear this massive thing flapping its wings. And I looked up, and it's this gigantic, massive dragon, like bigger than Game of Thrones, like huge, like massive dragon, just flying over me, like just flying away as it destroyed the castle. I remember feeling the flap and the fire and the wind, and it was just too surreal. It was just like there's just no way. This is insane. It's like I reliving some other experience of some kid in that time period that experienced that. It was just too real, and that dream has always stuck with me like throughout my entire life. So it's like wow, like certain dreams like really. And then of course I have the ones where you're on top of a building and it starts wobbling or whatever, it falls, or the one where you're sitting at the beach, there's a 1,000-foot wave coming at you. You know, you feel totally helpless. You're just like, okay, I mean, I can't run from this one.
I
But you
never
always
had
wake up right
the
before it happens, right?
wave. Yeah, I never had the wave one. I've had a dream or two of being on top of a like a big building, a skyscraper, but never a wave.
You haven't had like sway a little bit and start, being unbalanced.
Yeah. Let me see. Where the hell did what's his name go? MD.
I think he's still around. I
That's on
think he's in
Monday.
the chat right now. He had to do something. Over here it's almost midnight. I'm in Central Time.
Okay, let me see a little bit more about lucid dreams. I want to say a little bit more about it because I mean it is an interesting topic for me.
Yeah, we can wrap it
Uh,
up. Just you want to talk more? We wrap it up.
okay. Let me see. Let me see. Last thing. Well, if we're wrapping it up, I'm gonna let you take the last words because I can go all day. I'm working on I'm working on some animations and some comic books right now. So I'm gonna be sharing all about my dreams and yeah, I got
If you
songs. I
want to
got
do like 15 minutes. We can go till it's 2:45. We're in 2:45. We can go till 3.
okay. Let me. So basically, I had this dream one time, and it it's kind of what made me be aware of a thing called the Mandela effect. I think you've heard of that, right? The Mandela effect. Well, Scribe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Wait a second. But I was hearing what you're saying.
Oh, it's talking about the Mandela effect. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
No, I don't think you can because I asked you if you've heard of the Mandela effect.
Well, yeah, Mandela definitely.
Yeah, so I had a dream about uh I ended up finding out it was written on a piece of paper, and I was able to walk through doors, and go to different dimensions. And there was something about that equation that made me able to do it. And I think ultimately, just understanding the equation gave me some ability that let me jump dimensions. Um, so I woke up, and in my dream, I was trying to figure out how to um, break down the formula and figure out what the heck was going on because it was a magical formula. And I woke up, I basically was trying to find any scientific research on what anyone was doing with different dimensions or formulas or anything. And uh, I mean, I always knew they said mathematically they can prove that there's 12 different dimensions. So I was hoping there was some more, studies or research or advancements with that. And they kept on talking about the Mandela effect. So yeah, that's it. That's kind of how I found out about the Mandela effect. And I do think there's something there's something there with that because we're talking about dreams, and if we're talking about like what is reality, a lot of people say reality is a simulation, and I would always say it's a simulation of what? Like if this is not real, what is real look like? What is real if this is not real? And I kind of came to the conclusion that the difference between something that's real versus something that's simulated is something that is simulated has limitations. There are limitations to that which is simulated versus that which is real. Because for me, I look at things in reality and I don't see an end. I don't see an end to certain things like space, time. That I mean, time's just kind of like a concept, but there's just certain things I do believe in infinity. Okay, so that's it. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think we should start wrapping it up because I I just
Well,
wanted
yeah,
to share a little bit of my dream that I had, but I was basically saying I think dreams are limitless, and I think this reality that we live in, there are a lot of limitations to a certain extent. Like we can't fly, right? Like I see infinity in this world, but I see certain types of limitations within this space we're in. So yeah, I'm not really formulating my thoughts good enough. I'm a better writer than I am a what is it called? Just a random speaker. Because
But I think what I think you're trying to get to is you see with your eyes, your physical eyes, and that's what they want you to say is real. Your five senses, that's what you see is real. But then when you see with your mind, it's even more real than this real. That's what's crazy. So, if you like close your eyes and you think about a Snickers chocolate bar, the wrapper and everything, you can see that wrapper and everything really clear in your mind. And when you pick one up, you look at it, you can see it the same way, but you can put that chocolate bar in your mind in different formats and different font and different largeness, different colors, different whatever. And you can look all around it and you know exactly what it looks like. And that's the mind's eye. But then you have the physical eye that's supposed to decode this physical realm, which we find out, yeah, it's basically some type of simulation. Um, I mean, the infinity factor, that's another concept, but um, yeah, this realm where we have to sleep and we have to be awake, and they both seem to we seem to be living in two different worlds at the same time. But they want to say 12 dimensions, but it's like, who's saying that? Is that mainstream science saying that? If mainstream science saying that, then I'm not going to believe any of that, because we already know they're limiting us to every other type of technology. So why would they tell you the truth on how many realms or how many dimensions there are? So I
yeah,
think
and
all that
they like to
pseudoscience,
overcomplicate. They like to.
they kind of break it up. But yeah, they overcomplicate. Because even Tesla said, these guys are not scientists; they're pseudoscientists, and they do what string theory, and everything's based on theory. There's no fact, and if it matches close enough, then we're gonna call it truth. Like gravity and all these things they can't prove. So I mean, it's
Or
like
they'll
what
move
is
the
real?
goalposts.
Yeah.
Like MD was saying, if they find out something doesn't reality doesn't comport to their own theory, then they change their whole methodology so that their that reality that the experimentation fits their methodology or ideology or whatever.
Precisely, and that's what they did with gravity. They took out the ether and said, okay, whip this out, throw in gravity. We're adding something to this equation, so our crazy string theory stuff works on this new understanding that we're just going to add something to it that's fake to make it work. And yeah, that's just the worst thing you could do. I mean, it's based on a lie, and it's sad when we can't really have conversations with that, because they're gonna say, "Oh, Newton and all these guys are gonna say they're all wrong and all that." Well, yeah, and then people are
Well,
like, so all the
it's sad when
scientists,
everyone
well, yeah,
believes it.
well,
It's sad when
yeah.
everyone believes it, and you try to talk to somebody and you try to tell them like, "Hey, this, and that." Like, look, I don't even believe in these things, and this is what they're saying. Like, I know more about this stuff than you do. Like, what are you talking about? Like, do you know what you're talking about? Because I don't think you do. Like, a lot of people want to defend things they don't even know about. I was arguing with one of my friends. He had to look up everything. I was like, yeah, look that stuff up because you don't know what you're talking about. And he everything that he was getting proved wrong about, he just completely ignored it, went on to the next subject, just kept on asking me question after question, trying to do a got you. And I was like, yo, what about all these other things that you don't even know about that I just completely like enlightened you to? Like, you didn't even know any of this stuff. I'm over here telling you this is why I believe these things, and you just want to breeze over it like it doesn't even matter, and trying to figure out the one thing that I don't understand in order to be like, look, see, you don't know how to read, so you can't be talking. If you can't spell words, then you shouldn't be speaking.
Oh, exactly. It's like what is little g in this equation, and what does Rx mean? All this. It's like, bro, I'm not sitting here to be trying to do your pseudoscience, man. That's you. You're doing all this stuff, and you want to create all this stuff and say, "Oh, this is true." But when you come down to the basics, for example, the gravity, it would be based on the mass and weight of the object, whatever, and the air around it is lighter than that, therefore it falls. They need a special thing to say, no, man, this stuff is falling constantly due to gravity, and we're spinning always, 1,000 miles an hour, all these other things. So they have to create this insane narrative of spinning and flying through the cosmos at breakneck speeds to explain their whole thing. And it's
I
really
want
messed up.
I want to add one thing, and they do social ridicule, like with this whole academia, what's it called, crowd, uh, scene. They do this social ridiculing thing where literally, if you don't know these obscure facts, subjective facts that, like, whether it be a math equation or some like date about a historic fact, they're just like, look, you're dumb. You don't know these things that we want everybody to know, that we expect everybody to know in society. So you are automatically dumb. Why don't you know these? Why don't you know what the square root of pi is? Like, you should know that, or else you're dumb. It's like,
Mhm.
no, you're not dumb for not knowing random trivia questions like that. That's how they're get all of these. Let me think of that word. Uh, People who they think they know more than they do just because they did a little bit of research on a thing. I forgot what it's called. Dunning Kruger and mofos. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Max.
I mean, the first thing is I see why it's so hard for people, because I had talks with like my dad and stuff about this, and he's military and all that, and he's very religious, and it's very hard to talk about certain things with them because they've lived their life that way. So it's like asking someone to basically say, okay, everything you've learned since day one, since day one has been shifted slightly to some type of I don't want to call it a lie, but a misinformation you've been given to think that this is what you need to learn to live in this in this world. And when you look at that, it's just okay, cram for this, remember a bunch of stuff, and then just repeat it. And so we don't get to learn nothing. We don't get to actually do stuff. We don't get to mess with money. We don't get to learn about real accounting with money. We don't get to learn how taxes work. We don't get to learn how you know expenses work. Renting or whatever, any type of responsible thing that you're gonna get hit with after you get out of college or whatever. They're not going to teach you any of that. It's like, then what the hell am I doing here? It's like you're teaching me to work for someone else who's working under some type of narrative, some type of fake agenda, and I'm just simply here to crunch numbers for this corporation, and that's it. I couldn't even find a college that would teach me how to do my own business. That's why I had to get out. I went to one. I did business calculus, bunch of that. And I realized, wait, this is all for me to work for some corporation. No, I want to learn how to do my own business. Well, we don't do that. We don't want you to be learning how to do that. So it's like you literally got to, that's why most of these guys who are billionaires dropped out of high school, they dropped out of college, Bill Gates, all these guys, Steve Jobs, they're all dropouts because it's like you can't use that mindset when you go out to the real world. You weren't taught anything. You weren't taught nothing on how to build a business, nothing. You're just taught, okay, some basic accounting, here's some math, here's some whatever, cut open this frog and look at it in a microscope. All right, you're good. That's what we get. That's what we're getting.
You know what? Real
Mr.
quick.
X.
Hey, good to
Huh?
see everybody. Good to see
Oh
everybody.
yeah. Hey, what's up?
Shalom, brother.
Are we discussing national parks, or what are we doing tonight?
Yeah, well, we went off some tangent, but if Mr. X, you have anything on the national parks or any cryptids or Bigfoot or
I've heard
werewolves or
some
anything?
base. I've heard a lot of disappearances. It is a fact that a lot of people go missing in these national parks, whether or not they just get lost. But I've also heard of stories of what they call feral people in some of these parks, especially in the Appalachian, the Smoky Mountains. These feral people, and they get attacked. Maybe eaten or something like that. But heard a lot of different stories, and I'm not too sure about the Sasquatch part of it. I'm not denying that it might exist, but I've definitely heard the stories about the feral people um, living out there. So Uh,
What
yeah,
about pocket
yeah.
dimensions?
What was that?
What about
I'm sorry, I
pocket
didn't.
dimensions?
Pocket dimensions. Interesting. You mean like possibly going into another dimension? Yeah, I wouldn't deny. It's possible it could
You call it
exist.
the back rooms, stuff like that, you mean?
Right, I've heard of that too.
No, well, the backrooms is different. Parallel universes, that's different. Pocket dimensions, that's also a different thing. But they're all different dimensions, I guess. A pocket dimension is where like you get stuck in one little thing. There's been stories of people who it's like a little spot where people randomly stumble upon, and it's just a place that seems to be stuck in time. And if you stay there too long, you too get stuck there. And people end up going missing in certain places that have been known to where people find these spots and then they go back to them and there's no building or anything. So yeah, that from my perspective would be a pocket dimension. The backrooms is a thing that leads you to other dimensions supposedly through through that one type of pocket dimension. Not even it's not even a pocket dimension. It's just like I don't even know what it is. Like I don't even know if that's a real thing. That's just like a internet thing. But if infinity is real, then everything has to be a part of that, right?
Hmm, interesting.
Say infinity?
What?
In all possibility, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
What do
I
we think
believe
of?
we infinity is a thing. Sorry.
Hmm. No, I was just saying, what if we think as Sasquatch is really feral people, just these people maybe suffer from mental illness who've been out in the woods, just surviving off the land. Who knows?
That
You
sounds
know?
like a funny,
I mean,
funny thing.
yeah, because you're talking about that's right. You're talking about something that's got like 4 foot wide, broad shoulders, something that's around 7, 8 feet tall, 9 feet tall, so
Well, that's how they
depending.
describe it. That's how they describe it too, though.
I mean, we've seen people who are hairy and look like Sasquatches. I think we would know the
Yeah.
difference between that and whatever the heck
Mhm.
people are saying is happening.
But we can't deny there's a lot of fraud too. A lot of people say, I saw it, I saw it. No, I'm going to write a book. You know what I mean? Or I'm going to be
Yeah,
testimony.
definitely.
Just like UFOs. I know UFOs are real. I know they're real. But I don't deny there's a lot of fraud out there. A lot of,
Well, okay, but throughout history, like since the 1400s or like for thousands of years, they're just gonna make up a story like that.
no, I'm not saying it. It could be legit. Maybe it's half human, half something else. I mean, look at like we were talking to MD last night. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
What?
like last night, me and MD had this. We were talking about these ancient civilizations, and they built these structures, and on the structures, they worship these gods or these half human, half animal beings, and you can find them not just in Egypt, but you can find them all over the world. And is that related? Is there some relation to that too? That maybe these beings still exist and they're out there?
I mean, I don't know if you heard the story I said before, Mr. X, with this guy shooting one of these, they call them dogman, werewolf type of thing.
Hmm.
And the CIA guys, pay him a visit. But he was in his truck, like he was in one of these big semis, and this thing literally was on 2 legs running up to his truck. And
Hmm.
luckily he had a 45 caliber, 45 next to him, pistol, and he was able to pull it out and shoot this thing in the eye. This thing had these massive eyes, like bigger than a golf ball. And that whole thing happened, and a few months later, a couple months later, you got a knock on the door, and these guys come in. It's like, did you realize what you killed one of our assets? And he's like, what are you talking about, asset? He's like, you killed one of our assets. You killed you. And they realized that's what they call these things. Anything that's,
Hmm.
um, I guess, classified being or creature, whatever, they call them assets. And it's like, wow, these guys have a whole name. That's like, well, you train this thing, you breed this thing, or of course, I'm not going to tell you, but it's like that's one of their assets. So they have some control over that thing.
Well, on Montauk Island, I think it's called Montauk Island or Plum Island. I'm sorry. They were doing animal experiments. The Montauk Monster was the name of it, but they would definitely were doing experiments on. They said animal diseases, but who knows if they created these hybrids out there? Who knows that they
Oh,
control?
that was Junior. You're talking about the Montauk boys.
Hmm.
That was with Duncan Cameron and Sword Low and who's the other guy? The main guy. I forgot his name. Al Bielek. Al Bielek was
Hmm.
that story is insane because they're saying Al Bielek traveled in time and he's actually from 48.
Oh, you're
He
talking about
popped up in
Montauk, the
85.
Montauk Project. You're
Yeah,
talking about the
Montauk. Yeah.
Montauk Project. Yeah, I was talking about Plum Island right off of Montauk. They did animal
Oh, okay,
experiments
okay. Yeah.
and interbreeding animals. Who knows what they were doing? It's all declassified. They won't admit to what it was. They stopped doing it. I know they moved it over to Texas, but supposedly it was for animal diseases. But washed ashore was something called the Montauk Monster, and it's like a hybrid of some type of animal. So who knows if they're experimenting with hybrids? Who knows what the story is? Maybe it's part ape,
But
part
you know about the Montauk
something.
Project too, right?
I know about that too, and I think the military base, the remnants of it, is still there, where they could travel through portals and different something or other. I can't remember. Right?
Because they're
That this
saying
whether
that
they can.
okay, they call them the Montauk Boys or whatever. They put them into this chair, and apparently this chair came from some alien tech or something, or was part
Hmm.
of a craft before, and they pulled it off. And these guys had clairvoyance already, so they sit in the chair, and they would end up manifesting a certain time. But they're saying it wasn't that particular time. Like they'll try to manifest the time of Lincoln, but it wasn't that real timeline. It's like you can create an offshoot of it, and you can see it, but you can't
Hmm.
change the past. And they were talking
Got it.
about one
So
time
it's
this
like
guy
a
fell
Mobius
asleep.
chair.
Hmm. Something like that. And so one time one of these guys fell asleep in the chair and he had like a nightmare and he manifested this monster thing like 12 feet tall and they called it Junior. And this thing was like stomping around the facility and breaking stuff and destroying everything. And they were like trying to cut the power and they couldn't cut the power. And they finally
Mhm.
went to the central grid of the where the power was being sourced from. They cut that. And finally it went down. But they're saying that thing was, manifested from his thoughts through the chair, through a transmitter, and manifested through, output. The output was energy. So it goes through a transmitter and it creates the portal. But instead of creating a portal, it created this monster thing because he was dreaming about that during the thing. I was like, wow, that's insane.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, you have multiple guys who were there. I mean, Preston Nichols was one guy. He was like the transmitter guy. Al Bielek, and then his brother Duncan Cameron. That's the guy that fell asleep, and then Stuart Swirlo was the other guy. So it was four guys that were working in that Montauk project during that time, and they all came out and talked about it. So for
I
that to
saw
be like a fabricated, yeah,
I saw a movie where there is a guy who can bring stuff out of his dreams. Like if he dreams about, I don't know, being at a museum, he could take a book out of the place or something. That's kind of cool. Like that sounds the reverse of what you're talking about.
there's that too. But have you ever had a dream where you think the dream's real, and then you get like a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, and it's parked in the garage, and you're just looking at it, admiring it. You're like, man, I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up tomorrow. I'm gonna drive this thing, and then you wake up and you realize it's a dream, and you got shit, you got nothing.
Yeah,
You
Mhm.
know,
yeah, I hate when it happens.
Well, the CIA had Project Stargate, which was involved remote viewing, and that's fact. I mean, you can look it up. They said nothing really came about it, but they did hire remote viewers to do remote viewing, and they were doing that. It was a CIA project that they had, so they don't take it lightly. And maybe what you saw in your dream, maybe you were it was a remote view. Maybe you were really seeing a Ferrari. Maybe because if you were to remote view to some other place, um, yeah, it would feel very real, like you're in a real place.
but I do have these sometimes consecutive dreams where I'll dream like several times like the same thing. Like I go to this mall, I know these people saying what's up, and I know where my
Mhm.
house is. I know. And it's like, and I would go back to that dream again. I'd meet the same people and go drive back to it. It's like, that's interesting. It's like this because usually when I have dreams, it's only that dream, and that's okay. That's it.
And you
Next one,
remember
you
these
know.
dreams, right? You remember them?
Yeah, you
Like you don't
remember
forget them
them, and
within an
then you
hour?
remember the people. Yeah, no, no, and then it happens again. And you remember the people again, and you remember where you're driving, and you remember where
Mm.
your house is, and all that. It's crazy.
It might not be a dream. It might be a case of like what sleep paralysis is, my opinion. There's no science to back it up, but it's your spirit, it's your soul exiting your body. And if that's what's happening, if because usually if it's just a dream, it never really happened. You won't be able to remember it after an hour. It'll just kind of disappear.
But you know,
But
but Mr. X, you should. I mean, this should probably have happened. Like with women, like you break up. What's a bad breakup, and it hits
Mhm.
hard. There's usually some dream where you're in the dream and you see her and you're like either she's with some other guy or you see her and she doesn't want to look at you or something, or it's like some type of thing like that. Did you remember having
Mm,
any of those type of dreams where it would just take
no,
that person, they appear there?
I'm not saying they don't exist. I just, me personally, haven't had one. Um, but I'm not saying they don't exist. I believe they do. Um, it could be some form of remote viewing. That in your sleep, in your spirit leaves your body, and you're able to see something remotely. Especially if you can remember it, then it makes it, it's actually real. It's possible that you remote views without even trying, without having any control. You just did it. It's possible.
Hmm.
I
There's
mean, the
definitely something
Egyptians
to it.
believed in that.
Have you had any deja vu?
Deja vu, good question. I believe I have. I've seen something in my dreams, and then, but it's nothing spectacular or anything like that. It's just a certain place. I'd be there, and then I ended up there, and it's like, wow, this. I remember this place in my dream, and here I am. Uh,
Yeah, it's happened to
that's
me a few times. Yeah.
Yeah. I think everybody's had that experience. I really do. Because like
They're
time
trying to
is
say
not a
it's a
constant.
glitch,
Oh,
right?
go ahead. That it's a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah, because remember in the original movie, you saw the cat, and then when he was looking at the cat, he saw it like kind of flicker, like there was like a glitch, and it was like basically deja vu. He had deja vu, and then he saw the glitch, and then yeah, that's how he knew that the what do you call it? The bad dudes, what's his name? The I already forgot the name. The program, bad
Agent
programs,
Smith.
whatever you want to call them. Agent Smith, his goons. That's how he knew that they were coming because they reset the matrix. So he saw that that few seconds of deja vu, and
Hmm.
that's how he knew that they
No,
rigged it.
well,
Yeah,
he edited the Matrix because I think they made the windows into brick walls, and that's when he
yeah,
was like, oh, okay, they did something.
yeah. Usually they'll show up right then because that means they tracked you. They already see your location. They're going to change something, reboot the server, and you'll see like a slight glitch, a little bit of
Yeah,
latency.
them just manifesting, or I mean, them just popping up. They end up popping up through other characters. So I think that
Hmm.
that's a thing there that would have them be like, okay, there's something popping up on the code or something. I don't know.
But even the way they entered the matrix, remember when they had to sit in the chair and they put the thing inside their head? It's almost like somebody would do when they remote view. They would get into that position. I mean, I believe the Egyptians used to do it also. That's why when they're buried, they had their hands crossed. It's like they were. I'm just saying they'd go to sleep in the movie The Matrix, and it was almost like they were remote viewing, going into this other dimension, this non-physical dimension.
I don't
Or
think
like
okay,
technologically, yeah. Go ahead, man.
sorry, I was gonna say I don't think uh sleep paralysis is the soul leaving the body because I've had a lot of uh
Hmm.
what is it called? I had a lot of those experiences where I can't move,
Sure.
and I feel like my soul is in my body, and I've actually had like experiences or like weird things where times where it was just like I kind of wanted to leave my body, but I felt like there was something there, like waiting for me to leave my body, and I was kind of just like leery. So yeah, I think it's literally like technically sleep paralysis is when your consciousness is when you are conscious in a subconscious state, because your body is asleep but your mind is awake. So literally your brain is in a sleep state but your mind is
Well,
not. So
but is
that's
the mind a part of the physical body? That's the question. Like now, I'm not saying you like when I say leave the body. Let's just say peeking out. I'm not saying like you fully left and you went somewhere else. I'm not saying that necessarily in sleep paralysis, but you're kind of peeking out into that other dimension from your body. You're so close to your body. You haven't really, you,
They do say it's like a form of death. Like you go to sleep every night, it's like a form of death without the
hmm
pain involved, but it's a form where you wake up somewhere else, right?
hmm
So it's always waking up somewhere else. Every time you die here, you wake up somewhere else there. So they're saying it's the same way when you leave this body.
yeah, yeah. But to iterate to the mind, because it's like you were nervous about something going too far away. I just see. I just don't believe the mind is contained within the brain. I don't know how you feel about that. But I think the mind is separate.
Yeah,
That's part of our
definitely.
conscious.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's get into that. Let's get into that. Let's get into that real
hmm
quick because I have something to say about that. Computers, right?
hmm
So when you have a hard drive, you can't cut into it to see what's inside the hard drive, just like you can't cut into the brain, right?
hmm
So what they call that is counter space. So counter space means that there's a space there you don't see it, but it contains all the information on that hard drive or in the brain or whatever it is. It could be organic, it could be mechanical, that contains all this information and translates to what they call the soul. But yeah, but the soul thing is like I see it like a stream. Like we're streaming right now. I see like a stream of consciousness, and then the brain, whatever, is like a filter, almost like it handicaps you a little bit because now
hmm
you're in this physical body, so the brain isn't fully as creative as it once was when outside the body or whatever. But people can get there, they can meditate, they can do crazy stuff, take ayahuasca, whatever. But um, so the counter space is in there. We can't see where it is, but it's in there. But we're
But
trying to
that's
say, okay,
not.
it's the brain
We
or it's the
can't
hard
prove
drive.
that though. We can't prove that scientifically. They're never going to be able to weigh the mind on a scale. There's no physical way to do it. So we're just speculating that it's contained within the brain. I mean, that's just, of course, science is going to say that, but that's just pure speculation. They can never prove it.
So to me, it seems like the brain or whatever, or the cornea or the pineal gland thing is like a antenna, and we're kind of like we're the conduit. Like it's more of a conduit to the brain versus the brain containing all the information. So I think it's like streaming. It's wirelessly streaming to your brain, and that soul connection is there until the body, is gone, and then it cuts that string, and then you're back, wherever you are. But yeah, it's like a stream of consciousness, definitely not related
hmm
to any physicality that we can see.
Yeah.
But I was telling them earlier because you can see with your eyes, but we want to say that's real. But at the same time, you can see with your mind, even if you're blind, you can see with your mind, right?
hmm
So that's another form of view, but it's having both at the same time, and that's the kind of thing that messes with us. So we don't understand that
okay.
those
So
two things are separate.
I did want to say, I do think, like we were saying earlier, there is the universal consciousness, and ultimately that's what we are. Um, but I do think when we leave our bodies as a soul, we are in a certain state of consciousness. And depending on our state of consciousness, really affects things. It affects uh, our, I don't even know, our what is that thing called? Our sensitivity, or I don't even know what the right word would be. But I do know
Intuition,
there's, huh?
intuition.
No, no. There's the thing that affects our very being, and that's the way we go about things. And if we want to connect to the universe, there's, I think, if we want to be one with everything, I think there's a certain way you go about that. You don't just do this simple practice, but of having your soul leave your body, because again, even that concept is a certain concept that is limiting. like that certain practice, that idea that the soul is in the body is like the same concept of thinking that the mind is in the brain,
Hmm.
or
I mean,
like
the
the
What,
mind
what if
is
you
mind.
what
inside
if you
the
compare
body.
what if you compare it to a video game, to where okay, the guy in the video game looks like he's real, looks like he has a brain, but he's being controlled from another entity to a computer. You know, it's like the way you know this is a simulation is because we can create simulations inside this simulation, and now they're getting real. Like Mr. X, you have those the headset from Apple.
Hmm.
So imagine another 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, that you cannot distinguish. You're not going to be able to distinguish reality from
No,
that.
Okay, okay,
absolutely.
that's the thing about the simulation thing though. With the narrative, with the simulation talk, that's kind of what I always hear. That's what it ends up coming down to is, well, we can never know if what real really is, because it could be an inside of a nested reality where there's multiple realities inside of realities, and there's no way for us to ever know. So I when I hear people have the simulation talk, it ends up going down that line of thinking, and I kind of think like, okay, what is the point of having this thought experiment if the end of it always ends up being we don't know how to know what is true?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Can I ask the mind, when you experienced your sleep paralysis, did you feel a pressure in your midsection?
No, no, but I
No.
do acknowledge that there is a lack of ability to breathe fully, so I can see how people would perceive that as the pressure
You didn't
experience.
feel
I
But
think
any
what
like.
I think what he's talking about, like my mom has said, is like someone sitting on you, like someone,
Yeah.
like something, or an animal sitting
no,
on you.
No, you didn't feel that
no,
way.
but I'm able to move. Huh?
No,
What'd you say, Scribe?
no, like the pressure right
Was that Mr.
below
X?
your rib cage area, your center area.
No, but that's
No.
basic. That's what your diaphragm. That's where you use.
Yeah.
That's kind of like where you breathing part is, like your your lungs are around that area when you breathe.
Yeah, it would
That
be like
moves a lot.
in between
So
your lungs, in between the
yeah,
lungs, lower half. Yeah.
So the stomach area. So Mr. X, have you had that happen?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It felt like a void, to be honest with you. I'm just convinced with 100% certainty that's where our soul is located. It's not in the brain. It's right there. It's in that area. It's in that general area, right below the
you
heart.
don't think the soul could move different spots to different spots for different people? Maybe.
No, I think that's where it's contained. That's the space where they put it. Um, for
Okay,
what
okay,
reason,
real
I
quick.
couldn't tell you. To be honest with you.
Real quick, how about this? I just thought of this, so don't forget. What about these people who've had, let's say, a heart transplant, kidney transplant, or some organ or something,
Hmm.
and it turns out that the guy that donated the organ died, but he happened to be like a famous artist or something,
Okay.
or really good in art, and then now all of a sudden the guy who gets the heart, who's a horrible artist previously,
Hmm.
now all of a sudden, now all of a sudden he's painting this, magnificent stuff like
Sure.
this other guy was. How do you explain that? So if there's something to do with
Genetics,
the
possibly.
biological genetics, yeah,
My
that's
non-expert
transferred through
opinion,
his
I'd say
genetics.
genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, a completely non-expert opinion. You know what I mean? And I don't know if even the experts even know at this point. But genetics may be far more powerful than we even understand, or
Oh,
the
I think
science
we
even understand.
understand. I think we understand better than most people. Some people were born and it was over. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Good one.
Yeah, we can't even say that, Jack.
Mhm.
Yeah, be careful,
Bro,
man.
the mind, bro, you gotta like, man, I'm sorry, man. Like, you gotta say what you're thinking. Like, oh, yeah, Mr. X tells you, hey, do you ever feel a pressure on your chest when you're going through that sleep paralysis? No, but on the chest is where the breathing area is, and so different spot. Bro, just say what happened. Just say what you felt. Stop asking everybody else for their opinion. Stop being scared to say what you said. Like, bro, just
Mhm.
talk. It is so annoying listening to the stream. That's the only reason why
Oh,
I jumped
I think
on
he said.
was
I
to
think
tell
he
you to
said it.
just talk,
I
man.
Thanks for coming on,
think
Jake.
he
Well,
said it never
I
happened
said
to
no.
him.
I
Yeah.
started off with a no.
and that's where the breathing area is. So I guess maybe some people, there's some different
Jake.
parts and some.
Jake, you
Bro,
gotta chill.
speak.
Yeah,
Say
Jake.
with
No,
your
it's fine.
chest.
It's fine.
You already made your statement, but you gotta chill on that, bro. We can't be doing that. But go ahead, Demai.
I love seeing you back.
He's
Jake.
fine.
Love
I mean,
having
he's
you
fine
back.
on in my book. I
Thank you,
don't mind
Mr. X.
him, what's it called? Pulling my leg or whatever. Yanking me
Yeah, Jake
around.
likes to do that. I mean, he's.
I'm just trying to improve the stream quality.
Get it
It
chill.
was so annoying listening to
It's
that.
fine.
I finally had to jump in.
No, I appreciate any constructive criticism.
There you
Jake,
go.
what's your opinion on the mind? Do you think the mind's part of the brain, or do you think it's separate?
Oh, I think it is a completely different, separate entity. I think it's more like an antenna that receives signals. Kind of Tesla proved that he said, he was getting messages, and he is not the only one that said things like that. So the brain is the synapses, which is basically like the electronic signals, from your nerves, right? You can feel, touch, see, hear. Your brain transfers those, things from your nerves to your
Mhm.
body to whatever, right? Your mind is,
Yes.
I think, is different. It's more like the consciousness, and the mind is a separate, almost like entity that I think is attached to your soul.
I agree. I agree. The brain controls motor functions. I 100%
Oh, look at how
agree.
fast I said
Yeah.
that, dude. It didn't take me a whole minute. You see that, the mind?
Okay, now
You taking notes?
well, the real question is, wait, the real question is, where's the soul?
I believe it's physically it's contained in that midsection area, but the soul itself is
No. This is a
non-physical.
question for Jake the Snake.
Oh, Jake the Snake. Go ahead, Jake.
I agree with Mr. X. And I say in the solar plex. And solar plex, root word, the first word, solar, sun, soul, like all these things are connected, So I would like to look more into the Greek version of words. Now, one thing go ahead.
Remember? Right. So Jake's on it. Torso, vortex in the center of your belly button. That's like the North Pole, basically, in this realm. But we're getting too crazy there now. But yeah, the center point is usually where the torso is located. Then you have the
I didn't
crown,
even know
which is
any
the
of that.
head.
I didn't know that. I was just speaking from my own experience. I had no clue that was the case. But I was just speaking from my own
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
experience.
that's where your energy comes from, really. Your life force. Yeah, it's definitely in the torso and the stomach.
And to add on to
The
scribe
energy.
and the mind, they say that your stomach is your second mind, and they realize that there's tons of nerves in your stomach. So when you say I got a gut feeling, well, that's the
Wow.
solar plex diaphragm. Yep, there's tons. It actually is connected to your mind, the way you think. Whatever, I got a gut feeling. That's an old saying that has roots to the mind. That the ancients knew that.
Good one.
And that's why I said the mind can be located in more than one spot. That's why I said that earlier. Why can't it be in more than one place?
Yeah, I tell girls to search for it in a certain place too. It's in my head. It's in my
But ultimately, it doesn't matter. The whole point is that it's there and it's non-physical. That's I mean, as far as traveling around. I mean, the only reason it matters is because this is my opinion now, non-scientific, of course. Where your soul is contained, that void area, it's that's where the spirits want to enter in. Certain people, they want to get in that spot and take control, be in there with you.
Now, the third eye, which is basically like on your forehead, is going, into your brain, to your mind.
Mhm.
I do think that is like, that third eye is supposedly like seeing into the fourth dimension or things like that.
Yeah.
You have the chakras, which is another kind of like a Buddhist type of like India as rune type of like teachings or whatever. But you have 7 different like chakras all down your body, from like your mind straight down to like basically your ass, your butt, whatever is like wherever we're allowed to say on YouTube, whatever, But that also, like you're saying, like how the mind was saying, your mind can be in like different areas of your body. Well, there's like 7 different chakras in different areas of your body. And then you got astrology, which this different astrology signs are also related to like parts of the body. So 12 different like parts of the body, astrology supposedly like whatever, if you're born at a certain
Yeah,
time,
it's on
the
feet.
moon's in certain areas. Yep. So lots of ancient cultures have agreed with that statement.
Mm. Definitely something to it. I know, a person's radiance or whatever they want to call it, the light that they emit. I practice that with my daughter actually, and that's true. She showed me how to do it. You have to be in a white background, and you really have to stare at the person intently, like really hard. But it eventually, the light, whatever color it is, will come out, and you'll actually be able to see it. But it has to be a completely
Are you
white
serious? I've never
background.
heard of that before.
Yeah, I did it with my daughter because she's really into all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? When she's much younger, and it's like, whoa, I can see it. It was like a violet
So
or something
you,
like that.
so
Yeah.
so she stood behind a white wall. You stared at her until you got delirious from being hungry, and then you saw some color.
Maybe, maybe. No, but I think there's something to it. There is a radiance. There is a radiance coming out.
Yeah, there's something I want to say.
What
I want
color
to add
came
another
out?
Definitely
point.
an aura. We definitely have an aura. There's definitely cameras you can use
Mhm.
to see that.
I was gonna say
But
same thing. Describe aura. It's like a big thing going around like the MMA community right now. The UFC. They're like, oh, he's aura maxing.
yeah,
I
exactly.
saw that
Yeah,
too.
it's
Wait,
one
I
thing
have to say I saw something.
yeah.
Like one time they were talking about that, and I literally saw some like vapor waves. Like whenever the heat is coming off of a hot surface, that's what
That's
I
what I was
saw on
thinking. The blacktop
my
heat
hand.
wave. That's what you saw.
Yeah, I saw that for real.
That's refraction too. But
All right. So Mr. X, what color
Yes.
came off your daughter when you're staring at her?
The way I remembered, I think it was like a violet or something like that. Blue, violet, something like that.
Blue, violet. What did that mean?
I have no clue. She knows all that stuff. There's a book on it, and it
Was it a
tells you what.
chakra thing or like what? It like what?
Well,
What?
the color tells you something about what kind of person you are. Basically, that's she knows all about that. She had a book, and then basically once you see it, then you can look up the color and what
but
the
doesn't that
meanings
go
are.
by what mood you're in, Mr. X? Like if you're pissed off or whatever, you might be have
It
a reddish
could. I mean,
aura.
I
Or
don't know. I didn't know anything about it until she showed me. To be
Oh,
honest
you
with you.
can
No, that's a mood
see
ring.
an aura mood rings on a white wall behind a person. I've never heard of this, man. Dude, I'll tell you what, man. These it used to be
Give it a
astrology was
shot.
a joke. This is a new
Give
joke.
it a
So
shot.
you
But
ask her
Jake,
what the
give it a
name is.
shot. Give it a shot. That's what I would encourage you to do. Give it a shot with somebody you know. Have them stand by a white wall and just stare at them intently. Yeah, I think you have to stare straight at them and see how it goes.
You know what? I
I'm
used to
telling you.
stare at this one person, and I would see like an
Jake, I
aura of
don't
like brown, and it was I used to see an aura of brown when I would stare at Spicoli. She was
All
full
right.
of crap.
All right, Jake. Did you saw what happened to him earlier, right? So you saw the chat, the super chat
What happened?
that he passed.
Yeah,
Oh, he
yeah, I was
did?
here.
Yeah,
I was here for it.
yeah,
Yeah.
he passed.
Whoa, I didn't know that. He
Yeah,
did?
Mr. X didn't hear it.
Oh,
Yeah, he
Mr.
passed
X.
like
Oh,
yeah,
well,
I
sorry
had
to
no
break the news to
clue.
you. Your best buddy Spicoli, you know. Well, he ended up passing,
Does
but
anybody
no,
know
for real,
how he
he did.
passed?
Yeah, he was like in surgery. He had an artery that was like something damaged, and he was in emergency surgery for like 8 hours, and they couldn't save him, so he passed. And
Oh
like
my
I think they
goodness.
said November 14th.
You got to be
yeah,
kidding
yeah.
me. Oh, wow.
That was a super chat from someone named like Ashley or something like that. I don't know. Like
Wow.
that's what they said.
Well, may
It's
rest in
crazy.
peace.
Yeah, but I mean, the one thing that we looked into tonight, it's like how the media takes the brain and makes that the end all be all of awareness and intelligence. And
Hmm.
tonight we've proven that that's not the case. That it's really the makeup of the entire body, and the brain is just it's just another extra thing. But they want us to think that's what it is. And I think that's part of the key to
Yeah.
unlocking a lot of these things that we don't understand because they want you to use your brain where you're supposed to be using all your body, to understand something fully.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
like your heart
Scott.
matters too. Like I know I'm called the mind, but your heart ultimately is, I think, the thing that really matters. Because if you don't let your heart guide you, I think that sounds kind of cliche, but to a certain extent, I think it does matter, and it does, like your stomach, it does have something to tell you, and we should listen to it sometimes. I mean, there needs to be a balance between everything, and we can't just forget about that. Okay, I'm done.
Well, how many times have you had a gut instinct about something, didn't listen to it, and then it turned out to be right? That you should listen to your gut. I mean, I've
Yeah,
had that experience plenty of times.
almost always. I would say. I would say at least 90% of the time. When you have like a strong gut feeling about something and you go
Mhm.
against it, 90% of the time your gut feeling is right. That's what I would say.
Yeah, yeah, and just like Scribe
Agreed.
explained perfectly, is like we're told from school that these things don't exist, that it's all just nonsense. But guess what? We probably would have saved ourselves a lot of aggravation if we'd listened to our gut. We would have kept ourselves out of a lot of bad experiences in our life.
Definitely. I
Yeah.
mean, I won't say anything else about Coley. But anyway, I just want to
No,
say you're welcome to everyone listening on the stream because the mind sounds way better. The mind, you're welcome. That's what happens when someone comes in. This is called real masculinity when people check each other and stuff like that. Like people are improving around here. That was one of the great things about this stream too, is that you reminded me of this kid. That would always be scared. He was the hype police Harky. He would sound like he was hiding underneath his bed, whispering, so his parents wouldn't hear him. He was like all stuttering and stuff like that. Like you reminded me of that kid Harky. You already sound better than him. So
Yeah, no,
congratulations on that.
I appreciate
Nah, he's
you.
gonna have back.
Hey, if I ever annoy you or whatever, I don't ever mind you doing a friendly, hey, fucking. Oh, I said a bad
Well,
word. Not
I don't know
so
about the friendly
specific.
part, but I'll say something. You get
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind saying whatever. You're cool.
it is in a joking kind of serious, like whatever. Like yeah, you got to be like dead serious, but it's like
Yeah,
it's got to be said. When things got to be said, they got to be said. It
I
is what
said
it
that to
is.
myself before. I'm like, why do you sound like a little beep 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 beep? Like I've said that alone to myself, so I get you. I know exactly what you're thinking and
You
how you're
sound
feeling.
like Kevin Hart. Say it with your chest lit up. And now I'm not going to say the rest
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
parts.
I was raised by a mother who demasculated me, so I'm trying to break out of that.
How'd she do it? This is good, man. How'd she do it?
Oh, I mean, what do you mean how? I don't know. I just
Well, you've
realized over
said it. You
time.
know what happened. You've thought about it. How do you think that she demasculated you?
Well, by not having a father, I think that's a part of it. Like not building a relationship
That's really how. Yeah.
with a healthy uh male figure.
Do you
Like
have
that
any
really messed me up.
uncles? Like, did you have any uncles or anything, or grandfather or
No,
anything?
nope. Very
Yeah,
isolating. I mean, she also was on drugs. I ended up going to foster care, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that she could have done a little better.
A little
yeah, that's
better.
good.
I would say a lot better, but okay. So, did she have this attitude towards men that she hated men, and that kind of like rubbed
Jack,
Oh
off
yeah,
on
Jake,
definitely.
you?
Oh
we
yeah,
can't.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
We gotta be
where do you want to
careful
go
on
with
that
this,
one
Greg?
because
Yeah,
we can't really talk about that. We gotta get back to the.
Oh, this
I
is
mean, Jake,
good. Like,
you've been to war, right? You went to Iraq and all that. You haven't seen nothing weird out there.
uh, yeah, honestly, not really, man. I mean, I was in the very rural country. Like, there was like nothing out there, man. So, I don't think the
no
aliens were
cryptids.
interested in the sand or the sand. Beep.
So no demonic forces or giants or any weird artifacts or stargates or anything like
No,
that.
Mummies.
so those like giants that people were talking about in Afghanistan stuff like that. Those were in like the mountainous region, which is more up north. I was in the very south part of Afghanistan in the Helmand
Kandahar,
province.
right? Kandahar,
I
the Kandahar giant.
think up there, either
yeah,
Kabul
that's
is the
it.
capital of
Kandahar.
Afghanistan, and that's more in like the mountainous, like more north region. I was in the Helmand province, very far south. It was like the rural sand, like nothing's out there. Like that was the deadliest province. That's where all like the attacks were happening and stuff like that. And that's where like the Marines was in the Helmand province, like at least where I was in like the most deadly region. Like the city supposedly was a little more tame and everything like that up there in Kabul in the mountains, and that's where like supposedly the stargates and the giants, like all that type of stuff was happening up there. So I was like nowhere near that.
So you never got to go to the mountains or anything.
Nah, the Marines. So Marines have two uniforms. We have like it's a green digital camo uniform, and then like a tan digital camo uniform. And so the guys up north, they actually wore green because they're like the mountains, a lot of greenery. I wore tan the whole time because of the only greenery was by this one river that like flowed through the province. So it's like completely different area, different energy, everything like that. So I didn't see no energy, stargates, nothing crazy like that.
Have you ever heard of them bringing back the artifacts? Like when the war first started, it wasn't so much like
Oh
go
yeah.
in and start blowing.
Oh, they
Yeah,
were
it was like
bringing a
go
bunch of
in,
stuff back.
grab all that
Yep,
shit.
at the very
Yeah.
beginning.
And
Yeah, so
that
like the
was the
older
first
Marines
priority.
got. Oh, go ahead.
That was the first priority. Because apparently 4 months before that war, what was it? It was the last one, not Desert Storm, the last one, 2000 after 9/11, I guess.
Like the
They
golf.
found the tomb. They found the tomb of Gilgamesh somewhere around there in Iraq. Apparently, 4 months before the war started. This guy was supposed to unearth it or whatever, but I guess they came in and decided to set up shop, and you know, I
I've
don't know if
read
you
where a
guys heard
lot of the
about that.
Desert Storm veterans suffer from. They claimed a lot of demonic forces when they were in Desert Storm in those areas. That some of them ended up schizophrenic, and
They
I have
call him
read about that.
like Jin and
Yeah,
stuff like
Jin.
that attached to.
Yeah.
So Jake, you never had any weird like succubus visits, or I can't even say that, but Jin visits.
No.
Right? So you gotta
No,
look
not
at
anything like
it.
that. It's nothing crazy. If anything, it's just your mind playing tricks on you. So I remember, like, I felt like a zombie because there was like no time to sleep, man. Just constantly, like, I was always on like small bases because, like, the Marines, they say, is tip of the spear. So always like pushing forward, and like there's these tiny little like makeshift bases that we had and stuff like that, and there was just not time to sleep, man. Because there's all these posts. You had like the normal posts like around the base, and you had QRF, which was like quick reaction force. Plus, you had like these other duties, like you had to like fill up the water jugs. You had to like all these little stupid things that just keep like the base like up and running, whatever. Like you had, like fill up sandbags to repair the stuff that's like falling apart from like the sun, and like mortar rounds and stuff like blowing it up, and like like some of the starts deteriorating the sandbags. So you gotta like if you're moving the machine gun from the post and stuff like that, yeah, and like moving around and just like being on post, like stuff is like falling apart, whatever, all the time. He's got to keep like rebuilding it. It's like there's just no time to sleep, man. So if anything, it's just like being delirious. You're seeing the heat waves. It's like got to like 144 degrees when I was there. I was there in the middle of summertime. I mean, it's
What?
dry heat, so yeah,
144? God
144,
damn.
man. I mean, it's dry heat, so it's not like as bad as like humid, but it's like you're sweating all the time, man. I mean, like, everyone got like real skinny out there this summertime just from sweating so much. I'm like, yeah, so if anything, man, just from being delirious, from being so hot and tired, and like it doesn't matter how much water you drink, man, you're always thirsty and just like
Was this Iraq or Afghanistan? Oh,
Afghanistan.
okay. I heard it's a
Yeah,
beautiful country, though. The mountains, it's a beautiful country.
God, I didn't see it. Like,
Oh, you didn't see it, the
no,
snowtops and everything.
the
So
one
wait,
time.
were you in it at the time that they talked about the giant thing? Like, were you there when you like you heard about it, or was it after?
That was a little before I went, and I didn't even hear about it at the time. Um, that was I don't even think it was like mainstream when it happened. When it happened or whatever. It was more like I was like already out of the Marines by the time I started like hearing about that stuff. So like it was like kept quiet and like brushed under the rug, like whatever. Like when I was in, so no, I mean I didn't hear about it or know about it or anything like that. And like a lot of the guys who were even in that area, because I know like the older Marines that deployed before me when they were there in Iraq or Afghanistan at that time, like they a lot of them didn't even know about it. Like I found out about this like after I got out. You know what I mean? So information doesn't like really get around that much. Like they suppress as much as they can.
Yeah, because later on, like recently, you can look up there's some guy from Afghanistan where he talks about his grandmother um giving, I guess, gifts or like goats or whatever to this thing, and the village or whatever would put all these goats in a certain area to give this thing food. It would come over and grab the food and leave, and if they wouldn't do that, it would come in and start destroying them and eating them. So they're also like, I guess, cannibals or whatever.
So that
But he's talking about his story.
is kind of
Yeah.
like giving offerings to God, like
Mhm.
sacrificing things or whatever. Like I wonder if they considered that being that was stronger and bigger than them. Maybe it has some type of like telepathic, communication powers. Maybe it has some, where it can move things with the mind and things like that, like telepathy, and then like maybe they considered that a god. That's interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, because I
Even the
mean, they said
American
when they came
Indian.
up. Yeah.
I was just saying,
Well,
even
the
the
thing is,
American Indian had stories of the giants too in America.
oh yeah, exactly. But this
Redhead
particular giant
giants.
had 6 fingers and 6 toes. It was red hair, pale skin, very white. In Afghanistan, coming out of a mountain, and this thing had like this spear, like this 20-foot spear. And when it came out of the hole, it was like, screaming, whatever. And then there was a force of guys, like maybe, I don't know how many guys, it was like 10, 15 guys with some heavy artillery. We're talking some of these guys in the back had, Barretts, 50 cals, and then M320s, whatever. And then when this thing came out, it threw the spear at one of the guys and impaled him or whatever. And then they're like shoot for the head, because they told him before they went up there, it's like shoot a little bit above, because we just want, they never told him why, but they told him tilt your gun a little bit above when you go, close to these caves or whatever, just shoot a little bit above. They never told him why. So they always wondered, and they realized, okay, that's why. But they said to shoot this thing, I don't know how many times to bring it down. And finally, when they brought it down, they noticed it had this crazy stench to it. But it was this white dude, big giant white dude, like 13 feet tall, around 1,200 pounds, 6 fingers, 6 toes, and they brought in a helicopter to pick this thing up and take it away. So you have testimony from the helicopter guy that came in, and you have testimony from all the guys, the squad guys that were there, or the main guys.
They were
So,
special forces, weren't they? They weren't just any group. They were an elite group.
well, they were going they were going up there to find out what happened to another group. So there was another
Mm-hmm.
special forces group that went up there, and apparently this thing ate them. It somehow ambushed them, grabbed them all, killed them all, ate them all. So when they were going up there to approach the cave, they noticed on the ground there was like all this pieces of, radio and artillery and stuff, that parts of, like, of tech, and also mixed in with like bones and flesh, and all kind of just scattered all over the place. And, like, so they just kept going up this goat hill, and they end up in this cave, and that's when they encounter that thing. It's like, that is that's crazy. And why would it be there in Afghanistan? This particular being, they're saying that that's like some type of Nephilim or whatever.
That's supposedly the cradle of
Just
life, that area of the earth, right?
Supposedly, I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing.
Well, we know there's underground tunnel systems all over the world. We know that for certain. I mean, I remember one story, they broke a wall. I can't remember what country it was. You're probably familiar with it. And they found a whole tunnel system underneath, behind that wall. So there is something going on underground for sure. They found too many tunnel systems out there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do know from the older Marines is that a lot of them told me they were taking they took back a lot of stuff, and as far as artifacts, everything like that, like whatever they found, they could pretty much just like bring back. They weren't too like picky about what you could bring back, but then they started getting picky about it because camel spiders ended up coming back in people's like gear and stuff like that, wherever So it was like messing up like the ecosystems or whatever, I guess, or something like that. And then also like then people were posting online of like stuff that they took and everything like that. Then like the country was getting mad, saying like, "Oh, these are our artifacts, and they're stealing history, and they're stealing whatever." And so like then they started like restricting like what you could bring back. They actually like search your gear before you're allowed to put on like the C-130 on the way back out of the country. But like, I took a little bit of stuff, like, like people, like, I didn't, I mean, I did not take anything, but there were still like little things you could take, but it wasn't like a free for all, like before, like the older Marines, like whatever they could fit, like in their luggage, man, like that's, they could take whatever they wanted, but, then they check and you can, hide some small things or something like that. Possibly, potentially, I didn't. I don't know if anyone else
Did you
did,
see
but
any interesting artifacts, Jake? Did you see anything interesting that somebody else had?
no, same thing. It's more like up in like this city is where like the museums were and things like that. That's where like they built like temples and mosques or whatever. Like they built stuff around like that area. So that's where like all the cool stuff was. I just got stuff from like the local villages. That like you're allowed to bring that stuff back. Whatever. Like I had some like hats and scarves and some of like the Afghani money and some like just some stuff from
Okay.
like the village, little things like that, whatever, but not any like museum artifacts, stuff like that. That's more like going to be up in like, like the city area. So nothing cool like that.
Mm. Yeah. Do you personally believe in the giant story, Jake?
Oh, I mean, it's in the Bible. I mean, the Nephilim were real. I mean, there's the people who like, we have photographs of people who are like 14 feet tall or whatever, it's like they decided those genetics, passed down from them. And in the Bible it talks about angels, that they were attracted to human women, and they bred
Yeah,
with them, and yeah, man. I mean, there's
they
all
had
kinds of
game.
proof and
They
evidence.
had game. Yeah, no, just
They had game, yeah. They had game. They
angel
had
game.
hyphenance and facionality.
Oh, so my main argument in this short history that we have, and I'm saying short for a reason, because they want to claim, oh, a blink of an eye and billion years or whatever. No, I'm talking about this particular timeline we're on right now, and we've been alive long enough to see what's going on. And I'm saying, why is it the west side? When I say west, I'm talking about the U.S. all the way down to tip of Argentina, Canada, whatever. Why is it that was purely native tribes, indigenous tribes there, living the way they've lived till now, till current date, the same way they've lived there till now, and there's less of them. Obviously, they've been taken out. Majority of them have been taken out. So you still have small pockets that are still living the way they've lived, but then you have this eastern thing come in and want to uh what do you call it? Free open market everything, democracy and whatever, religion, and I'm gonna buy this piece of property for some money, and I can own the sky and the river and the water, and here's a piece of paper. Good luck. So it didn't translate when they came over to the chief to say, like, I want to buy this property. We've taken over. We'll keep you guys alive, but we're just gonna buy this from you. And buy what? What are you talking about? What's money? It's like, to them, it's like an insult. So it's one of this clash. This clash happened very recently. The U.S. is less than 500 years old. It's way less. And this
It's a
happened. You
two
would think
system
this would already
scribe.
happen, but you think this would have happened thousands of years ago by now. It's like just
Hmm.
now recently they've come over to the west side recently
Hmm.
with a completely different mindset of being one with nature versus being industrialized and modernized and having a hell bent, God complex to take over the whole planet versus living in harmony with, you know, nature. Where did that come from? Because we know the harmony thing's been there. Who knows how long
Hmm.
those natives been there? But then when did this come in? Like Avatar style.
I think goes back to the Iraq, Mesopotamia, Sumeria, Babylon, whatever you want to call it.
Also, with Columbus coming over and that whole thing happening. Yeah.
Well, it's two systems, scribe. It's the monetary system and the tribal system. Those are only two human systems that exist. Um, you're either in the monetary side or you're a tribal person. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that particular thing happened very recent in history, and I would have thought
Hmm.
it would have happened longer ago. So maybe this is not as ancient as what they're saying.
Well, there's still tribal groups
But
living today in South America and Senegal Island, over that
no,
island over in
exactly. They live the
India.
same way.
Yeah,
Exactly. There's no
yeah.
difference. There is no ounce of difference in how they live, but yet you have this other mindset come in that wants to create and own everything. Where does
But
that
that's
come
part of the
from?
monetary system. The monetary system increases population and increases innovation for weaponry, and they can go and
But it's
basically
it's
take
all
over the world.
artificial, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the monetary
So
system versus the tribal system. Stays within their group, stays within
I'm just
their
saying, Mr. X, if
area.
that was the case the entire time, why did it happen so recently? You know,
Why did it happen so recently in what throughout human history?
as in forming the U.S. and then taking over this whole side, this whole west side of the continent.
Yeah, that's what the monetary system will do. It increases population size, whereas the tribal size, their population always stays somewhat small. It's limited in its growth. But you implement the monetary system, and you have innovation to produce more people, and they can live
Well,
longer.
what I'm trying to say, Mr. X, is that those people, those humans that lived in that
Hmm.
equilibrium with nature,
Sure.
seems like they were designed for this world, right? Because they're living, they're respecting, they know the value of property and all
You,
that.
you're talking about the tribal
There's no
people, or
price for.
the tribal people you're
Yeah,
talking about? Well, all groups are
yeah. It's like
tribal. Every
it's like
race
it's
was
like they're
tribal,
living they're living in harmony with this earth, right? They're not harming it. As when then
but
this
so
other
was
thing
every
comes
other
in,
race.
that
When the Roman Empire took over Europe, Europe was tribal at that time. Uh, Hell, you can look at Braveheart. They were tribal people in Scotland when they battled the English. So every race, every culture was tribal at one point. So yeah, we originate from a tribal system, but eventually that monetary system came into play, and that you want to call it Babylon, where it originated from, you can call it that. But that's
Let me
what
see,
changed everything.
when did it go from the mindset of being equal with nature and living off nature versus
Hmm.
now creating artificial contracts and artificial entities and legal stuff and all this other stuff in order to, in religion and all these things in order to control masses? Something with that mindset seems like it's coming from a single source. It doesn't seem like everyone wants that.
You mean it wasn't
To me,
created
it
by
seems like everyone just
humans?
wants, yeah.
There's some other spiritual source that says it will implement this system. Yeah, all right. That's how Babylon was created, the original, uh, where it spread up to Mesopotamia, Sumeria, to Egypt, and then eventually to the Roman Empire. Um,
I'm saying it's forcing us to, instead of being in tune with nature, to be living in
mhm.
an unnatural way.
Yeah, it was just a change of a system but it won. It won out throughout the world. Uh, yeah, these people who were involved in nature, they'd get gifts from the people from the New World, and they'd love the gifts. Sometimes I think the Americans would at that time, but they would give alcohol to the Indian tribes, and they loved it. They loved the whiskey and the beer and everything. So I know that's what the case with the Romans. They'd exchange weaponry with the tribes, and they loved the new weapons. So
That's what I'm saying. That's been going on for supposedly over 1,000 years, all these things, and then just
mhm.
recently this other thing happens. It's just like that's like a big stretch. I mean, I don't know. There's history and all that stuff, but it just seems it was very planned. It's okay. Now all of a sudden we're going to go to the west side of this continent over here and take over. It's like
Expansion,
okay.
expansion through means of profit. I mean, what was it for? It was to bring wealth to the kingdom, the royalty that they were serving.
I mean, I can
It's
see
a
it from their eyes. I'm saying from their eyes.
Mhm.
I'm just talking about the equilibrium of those two things existing at one time. When one seems like it's outer, it's not the placement doesn't seem right to where one thing is way more advanced and this other thing over here is still the way it naturally is, and then this other thing coming in and taking over. So it's kind of true. But real quick, Alexis want to thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. He says, "What is your theory on why there is such a high disappearance rate in national parks?" And that's the original title of the stream. But that right there, um, the thing is, there is no jurisdiction when it comes to the national parks. It seems like there is no jurisdiction to any state or government or anything like that, to where it's almost um, like its own public land, but at the same time, it's not fully regulated as far as the safety measures and all these other things. And it seems like these parks are located in certain areas to where they know that there's these creatures are there, so they're not going to drive them out because they can't control them. So it's better just to keep those parts, national parks, and at the same time they're going to have people come in and unknowingly, unfortunately, find out that there's something else there. But
Mhm.
yeah, there seems to be a large amount of disappearances that they don't really want to talk about. David Pilatus, the guy missing 401, he's saying that if he wants the database of, let's say, Yellowstone National Park, he has to pay over $30,000 to $40,000 just to get the missing persons ledger
Really?
to see who. Yeah, and they said if you want the entire database of the whole U.S., you got to pay 1.2 million to find out, all the missing people who've missed, all these parks. And I thought it was, public, meaning taxpayers
Yeah,
paid for
me
that. That
too.
means that we can, yeah. So unfortunately for those particular cases and things, they don't want people looking into that. And then uh, a lot of these involve like a lot of children getting disappeared, and then you hear
Mhm.
their account, and they end up 20 miles away. There's no way this kid could have possibly crawled 20 miles. He's like 1 year old to this other location, and then just really weird stuff like that.
You know what I think's
And
happening, honestly? I think there's rituals taking place in there.
Oh,
I
most
really
definitely.
think so.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going down, and there's sacrifice being implemented.
Yeah, it's the reason why it's still going on today. They still, kill chickens and all that stuff today. So it's all those things have been
But they do
always
it not
prominent.
just
It's
with
always been
chickens,
there.
with, as we know,
Yeah, I know.
people. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's that's always been here. So
And it's got to be high
when
level.
you
Why would they charge so much for that information unless people at high levels are involved? Not
Mhm.
just Joe Schmo
Exactly.
off the street, was a little nutcase. No, it's got to be something high level to cover up that information so much. It's like what we saw with that guy, the photos that are being released. I don't want to say the name, but the guy who is named after an island. You know what I mean? Started with an E, but there's something going on behind the scenes. Yeah.
I don't know. They've played that thing out so far. It's just like, again, it's just like almost like another distraction
Hmm.
to keep us. If there was any validity to that, you always said he wouldn't still be there like that. So I mean, again, it's more, yeah, just senseless, whatever. But I mean, yeah, we're about to hit 4. We just hit 4 hours. I was gonna wrap it up. I don't know if you guys have anything else you wanted to, any other thing you wanted to say
Yeah, good to see
from,
Jake back. It's always keeping it lively.
yeah, I think he finally fell asleep.
He probably fell
I
asleep.
thought he fell
That's
asleep
all good.
earlier, but yeah,
It's all good.
yeah, it's all good. But hey, Mr. X, man, you've been like a great support of the stream, man. Thank you so
Always,
much for all that
always.
support.
Yeah, I got to,
Yeah.
man, because topics I'm interested in, so I got to show support when I can. If I'm not here, it's usually because I'm just too busy at work. But I always try and show support, keep it moving.
Definitely, brother, man. Thank you. But yeah, we'll have
Thank
another
you.
stream. I'm not sure what the next one's going to be. We'll see what's, some other interesting stuff. But yeah, thank you guys for coming on stream tonight.
Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
All right. You guys take care.